Pronto.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we resume the session, the work, planetary health in Latin America, time to act. So we are going to continue with this panel. It's panel number 3. Food systems, impact on the health and guiding principles. We're going to have 2 talks followed by a discussion panel. Thank you all. Thank you all for attending. I would like to thank the panelists, the members of the discussion panel as well. Thank you. So let's begin with the panel. Juliana Tangari will begin with the panel. She's the director, a lawyer, master in civil rights, expert in international rights. She studies the public policies and the environmental policies since 2014. She was the head of the Food Security Council in Rio de Janeiro, CONSER, from 2016 to 2018. Thank you, Juliana. On to you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to greet you all here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to be part of this debate, to be part of this group, this dialogue within the Planetary Health discussion. Thank you for IEA for the invitation. Tiago, who got in touch with me as well. I'm quite happy to be truly part of this debate. It brings us joy. There's some coincidences. In the Comida do Amanhã, the food for tomorrow, we have been working with the transformational power of the shifts in diets for a while. And last year, we had the Brazilian launch in the city of Rio de Janeiro. It was an event in the city of Rio de Janeiro of the report of the Lancet Commission, Diets for Planetary Health. Quite interesting event, incredible people that motivated us to develop this collective work with the recipes that have to do with the power of this healthy and sustainable diet. So some articles address these matters. The name of the book is that this is not a recipe book. It's free of charge. You can download the book in our website, comidadoamanhã.org. So this year, we held another event that made us really happy. There was the first Brazilian event on the global initiative, Food Systems Dialogue, led by Dr. David from the WHO. The aims at promoting the intersectoral debates with the idea that the stakeholders, they are diverse, antagonic positions sometimes, but they need to sit down and talk because only then can we find a solution for the crisis. I have 10 minutes and I used some of it. Well, I could speak for 10 hours because these themes are part of our day to day. Anyhow, I'll begin with a first provocation for the panel. So here goes a first provocation for the panel, something that you should reflect upon. One of the greatest challenges in the world today, in addition to the coronavirus pandemic that only worsens the situation, are the hidden costs or the flaws in the current food system. And why do I say flaws? Quite briefly, I intend to supply data on the 3 key topics, the topics of the panel, by the way, but we could talk about other flaws as well, okay? Social impacts, violation of human rights, social injustice, animal welfare, malnutrition, obesity, and climate change, though, will be the 3 topics. In spite of producing everything that the world produces in terms of food at a huge cost for the limits of this planet, the biophysical limits of this planet, we still have or had in 2019 from 690 to 750 million people, depending on the modeling, starving. This amount of people starving. So this figure should grow in 100 million people with the crisis of the COVID-19. So we are talking about a figure that could reach 900 million people starving, according to FAO, the UN Organism for Agriculture and Food. They estimate we are a group of 2 billion people that are either hungry or they have no regular access to sufficient diets, sufficient food. Based on the WHO data from 2016, we were 650 million people obese in a total of 2 billion people with overweight. Well, overweight that, takes the lives of 4 million people per year. Obesity is growing in all regions in the world, be it in wealthy countries or in poor countries. We look into Latin America, 250 million people living here who are starving or with no regular access to a diet. Latin America is the region in the world where the levels of food safety, security have worsened in the last 5 years. And thinking about the last 5 years, in Brazil, we don't have good news either. In 2014, we celebrated the overcoming of starvation. At the time, we had less than 5% of the Brazilian population starving. And these were 7 million lives, yet so. But it had been a great advancement as compared to the previous decades. But this year, the IBGE, they published the survey for the households with data from 2018, and they say that we have reached more than 10 million people starving. So we went back to the map of starvation again. Our pseudo happiness lasted very little. On the other hand, obesity is still growing here. Two-thirds of our population has overweight, more or less one-fourth, more actually, than our adult population is obese, and children data only grow in terms of obesity. Malnutrition, poor nutrition, overweight, obesity doesn't matter. The FAO acknowledges this year in its report that is widely known as SOF, State of Food and Security. They acknowledge that the world will not meet the 2030 targets. Nothing indicates that we are going to zero hunger at the time frame that is expected. Quite the other way around. The 2 billion that eat poorly, irregularly, or that have a diet with no regularity, we add another billion, so we are 3 billion that have no financial conditions to eat healthily with a nice diet, with in natura raw products, vegetables, and fruits, and with the minimum portions to enable a healthy life. That all this foreseen by the WHO. So either the cost is very high or we are too poor. That's our greatest paradox. The agricultural production, the livestock has kept on growing in the last few years, but the world has not put an end to poor nutrition. Let's think about the other impact, and data is not new. You should know that taking into account the climate impacts of the caused by the food system, the live and agricultural production. It really affects the biodiversity in the world, but it accounts for one third, more or less, depending on the metrics and modelings, but one third of the greenhouse gases in the world. So half of this volume is accounted for cattle raising. Agriculture or agriculture in livestock, it really has to do with the climate emergency. We should call it emergency. So it is a causing agent, but also a victim. We saw losses in production of food because of the climate changes, but it can also be part of the solution. Perhaps we don't have time to speak about this, but perhaps there'll be deeper discussions in the panel. In Brazil, we see in the newspapers every day deforestation and the destruction of biomes for the advancement of the agricultural land is a great cause of the emission of greenhouse gases. So I was talking of these three large dramas of the humankind, and pandemic is a notion that was given to us, and this was introduced in the Commission of Obesity from the Lancet from 2019 called syndemic, global syndemic. They believe that obesity, malnutrition, and climate change, they interact and they share common factors. They are intertwined and they reach out, they affect most people in all regions in the world. They form a syndemic. The acknowledgement of the global syndemic, it is a discussed and argued topic, but it's quite relevant so that we adopt the narrative that the solution for any of these major issues has to do with recognizing the interconnection amongst them. That is the existence, or actually the need of a systemic perspective that will actually approach the complexity of the entire food production system. In the little time that I have, I'm going to outline here the causes of such flaws. Well, first, we should acknowledge that no cause is an isolated cause. They're interconnected and they really require an analysis that is not divided in silos. It shouldn't be isolated. But thinking about the capacities and the difficulties to have access to food, we could think about poverty, social inequality, social injustice, and even more. So the Nobel Prize winner was to the Global UN Food Program. We can also speak about standardizing diets according to non-healthy models, unsustainable models that are highly based on ultra-processed foods, especially in the low-income families. So this standardization, I think, derives from commercial strategies that incentivize the excessive consumption of non-healthy, unhealthy foods. So we can think about the polluting agricultural practices that are non-regenerative or monocultures, the intensive use of pesticides that in turn will worsen the production of ultra-processed foods, the loss and waste of foodstuffs. That's one of the villains as well of the high cost of the healthy foods, logistic inefficiencies in the supply of food, and I listed some. So it's easy to realize how we have cause and consequence everywhere. We have the feedback into this loop. But we can consider the economic concentration of the food sector, which is highly relevant because it potentializes the lobby of the large corporations to prevent the actions that may change the current status, the violation of human rights, depreciation, traditional cultures, native that are made invisible. That is how the indigenous people can contribute for a sustainable production, but also in terms of culture, different cultures, and healthy habits. And to finalize the hyper summarized list with a lot of omissions, political inertia is something else. And it's so endemic in the global report on the syndemic. That's the lack of political will to face such challenges in an integrated fashion, in a truly efficient, appropriate, and comprehensive fashion. Because of all of that, and I'm trying to close here, this very brief introduction, I should be speaking much more. I feel like doing that. But I close with the reflection. We created a crazy demand for foods that do not, support our diet with the justification of eating, and then we make humankind and the planet sick. So that's the conclusion for everything that we have heard so far. No wonder the International Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has pointed out that the value, the importance of the diet change or the transformation of the demand of foodstuffs is a truly efficient option to fight against degradation, the degradation of the land, the degradation of the soil, and to increase food safety and security. But how can we change diet? How can we change this negative standard of our diet? It's difficult. It's quite a difficult question. But the first step is acknowledging that just part of what we eat is truly an individual or a family choice. The truth is that most of the decision on what we eat is a collective construction that is shaped by our cultures, by our false desires, by our false needs that are based on this massive advertising, quite intensive, increasingly intensive, and sometimes non regulated advertising, and offer a supply of unhealthy foods and many factors that make up the scenario that we call environmental or food environments that are unhealthy, foodstuffs that supply unsustainable chains. By becoming aware of all of that, what could we do? We could change. We've had little transformations. Well, changing the way that we eat, you know, feed the small producers, the ecological farmers, the fair chains of distribution. This is highly relevant per se, and it should be done. But, and I think that's the key call for you, we should become activists. We should be demanders of this right that everyone, each and every one, should have actual access, regular access, constant access to a truly healthy diet from fair and sustainable supply chains to benefit us all and to benefit the humankind and the planet. That's why it is so important to acknowledge that regulation and public policies that are truly oriented to empowering the sustainable production of foodstuffs and of the possibility of changing the food environments. This is fundamental, essential for us to devise solutions. We need more investment in regenerative production, in ecological practices, more public policies that are focused on the right of a diet, more actions that have a systemic impact that will address in a very holistic fashion the many links of the chain, cross sectionally speaking, in the food system. Yeah, time is up, I realized, but I would like to remind you, and I think it's worth concluding, reminding you that the UN will hold next year summit, an international summit on the food systems. Well, I'm usually criticized, but deep down it means that the theme has to be dealt with integratedly and not in silos, like agriculture on the one side and health on the other side, human rights on the one side and poverty or social inequality on the other side. They all go together. So I apologize for being late. So I hope the debate panelists bring good news with their ideas and initiatives and successful experiences to really address these matters. Thank you.
Estava difícil realmente interromper, né, pela importância dessas reflexões, provocações,
Thank you,
mas
Juliana. It was hard to interrupt due to your provocations, but we really could spend the whole afternoon here talking to you and listening to you. I would like to remind you that if those that are our attendees, that if you have questions, you can send them. We are going to ask our participants, okay? Now I'll give the floor to Adiela Foster of the project Comunicultura. She is graduated in communications from ECA USP, University of São Paulo. She has experience in tele-education, and she is the idealizer of the project that integrates several knowledge, and she has background on education, culinary, and education. Ariela, I'll give you the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation for this table, especially Raquel Santiago, and also congratulate Juliana for her great lecture. And I would like to greet my colleagues and everybody that's listening. And like I always say, our existence only makes sense when we get together, even if it's virtually. So I would like to invite you to stop a little bit and think what would be the wishes that you would have for your life and for the life of those who you love. Unfortunately, here we don't have too much time. We have only 3 minutes to talk, but I imagine that briefly everybody can have in mind health, abundance, peace, happiness, and then I ask why when we think about it individually, these desires come to our mind, but when we think collectively, we do the opposite. In what moment our way was deviated? So today we can see clearly how the Homo sapiens has disconnected from the earth, how we have consumption much beyond our needs, and using all our and we are using all our resources. So it becomes more and more evident that the main problems that we have, like Luciana has already mentioned, and all that, climate change, starvation, malnutrition, obesity, waste of food, the generation of waste, food safety and food lack of safety and violence and all these problems that we have, they cannot be understood separately. They are systemic problems that one way or another are all connected and are interdependent. And we are going through a moment in humanity where we can go forward, using the Cartesian paradigm, or we can take the first left and build a new paradigm, a more holistic and more systemic paradigm. And I'm going to mention here an idea of Peter Sams, that is an engineer and a philosopher. Even if you don't know him, I recommend, that teaches us that the mental models are generative structures and they shape our behavior standards. So, for us to have a change in behavior, we need to have a structured behavior. And this change can only happen, according to him, if there's learning. And not only by understanding or the input of all this information that we have, but also having real experiences, living this kind of things. So he has a systemic look uh, to that. We teach culinary to the kids every week. In cooking, we approach the productive process, the origin of the foods, understanding about the person that planted, seasonality of the products, waste, labeling, everything. And we believe that this approach uh, strengthens our relationship with with food and with consumption. And then these kids can understand since the childhood how they can have a more sustainable life with the planet. So we try to multiply this knowledge. We want to try to multiply this knowledge for both for the public schools and private schools, including in laws like 366 that predicts having this subject in the regular school curriculum. Okay, of course, I also wished I could speak the whole afternoon, but we don't have this time. So thank you, Adiela, very much.
Da continuidade, passo a palavra para a Aline Martins,
I'm going to continue and give the floor to Aline
departamento
Martins,
de nutrição da Faculdade de
that is
Medicina,
professor of the
e
nutrition
pós-graduada na
department,
Harvard School of Public Health,
and she has
Research Scholar na Universidade de
a
Stanford,
degree in the Harvard
coordenadora do
School.
grupo de estudos
She's a
comunitários
researcher of the
comunitária
group of
e
studies
bibliotecária
comunitaria,
e coordena o núcleo
and
de
she
apoio à cultura
coordinates
ambiental
a
e
group of
sustentável
support
para o grupo
of
formado por 13
sustainable
juntinhos
Aline, we have three
Obrigada,
minutes.
Dirce. É um prazer estar
Thank you,
aqui com
Dirce. It's
todos
a pleasure
vocês
to be here
discutindo
with all
sobre
of you,
sistemas alimentares. Acho que é
discussing
um tema
about
muito
food
importante estar numa
system.
mesa
It's a
com
very important
pessoas que trazem
topic,
aí
and
assuntos
it's
tão
important to be at
relevantes.
a
Eu acho que é de
table,
fundamental
at a panel,
importância para a gente
discussing
avançar nesse debate. Então,
about
fiquei muito feliz
this.
com a fala da Juliana e da Ariela, né,
I was
trazendo o
happy
problema e aí
to
algumas
hear what
soluções.
Juliana
Também
and
vem
Ariela
trazer
said,
o
bringing
projeto,
the
né, o
problem and the
Sustentária, que é um núcleo de
solution,
extensão da
and
USP,
talking
que
about
faz essa
I'm
troca, né,
bringing
de
the
saberes
project
aí com a
Sustentare
comunidade
that
sobre sistemas
fosters
alimentares,
this
com esse
knowledge
objetivo de
exchange with
promover uma
this
alimentação mais
objective of
sustentável para
promoting
a
a
nossa
more
população.
sustainable food
E ele
to our
surgiu, na
food
verdade, em
to
2012, né, quando
our
eu estava no meu mestrado,
population. And it
e aí
started
a
in
gente
2012 when I
percebeu,
was
né, eu
doing my
percebi que
master's
o
degree,
consumo
and
de
then I
carne era
noticed
muito alto na
that the
população de São
consumption
Paulo,
of
isso tinha um
meat was
impacto
very high
na
in the
saúde
population
das
of São Paulo,
pessoas,
and this had an
aumentando o
impact
risco para doença
on the health of
cardiovascular, para
people,
câncer, e isso também
increasing
tinha um impacto
the
no meio
risk for
ambiente, né? A gente sabe que a
cardiovascular
produção da carne
diseases and
bovina
cancer,
é um
and also
dos
it had an
principais, né, um dos
impact
maiores geradores de gases de efeito
on the
estufa, né, no
environment
nosso
because we
país.
know that the
E
production
o país também, né, o Brasil, ele é
beef
um grande
is one of
consumidor de
the main
carne. Então,
generators
vendo esses
of
resultados, eu
greenhouse
conversei com a
gases.
Dirce, que
So
é minha orientadora, né, foi
looking
minha
at these
orientadora do
results, I
mestrado, eu falei,
talked to
Dirce,
Dirce.
a gente precisa
She
falar isso
was
para
my
outras
mentor
pessoas.
at my
A
master's
gente não
degree,
pode
and I
deixar essa
said, Dirce, we
informação só
need to
dentro da
talk
gente,
about
senão vai
that with
virar só
other
mais um
people. We
livro na
cannot keep
biblioteca.
this information
Então,
to
a
ourselves,
gente
or it's
desenvolveu um
going to be
projeto
just another
chamado
book
Segunda
at the
Sem Carne na
library. So
FSP,
we
com o
started a
objetivo de fazer
project
uma
that's
intervenção no restaurante
it was called
universitário
Mondays
para
Without
reduzir o consumo
Meat
de
at
carne. Uma vez por mês
ESP
não tinha
to
carne no
reduce
restaurante.
the
E a
consumption
gente
of
fez isso
meat.
durante um
And
ano, fez toda uma campanha de marketing
once a
explicando o
week there
motivo
was no
dessa ação, né?
beef
Contatou
in
junto
the
com os
meals at the
cozinheiros, com os
restaurant,
professores, com
and
os
we did
alunos.
that together
E
with the
depois de um ano
cookers,
fazendo
with
isso, a
the
gente fez uma
students. And
pesquisa e viu
after a
que
year doing
40% das
that,
pessoas
we conducted a
reduziram o consumo de
research,
carne
and we
fora da
noticed that
faculdade também.
40%
E a gente achou que isso
of
foi um sucesso,
the
né? Uma
people
campanha de
reduced
sucesso
their
e a gente
consumption
continuou
of meat
trabalhando,
outside
aumentando um pouco o nosso
the
escopo de
university
trabalho,
too.
não
So
falando só
we
da
thought
carne,
that
mas falando
this was
sobre
an
a
impact,
alimentação como um
and also
todo, e o
broadening a little
impacto
bit
que
the
isso tinha
impact
tanto na saúde das pessoas quanto
of our
na saúde do
study.
planeta, né?
We
E
were
aí a
happy
gente
to see
desenvolve o
that
Sustentar em
this
2016 com esse objetivo
we had
de
an impact on
dialogar
people's
com a
lives. So that's why
comunidade
we
e
developed Sustentare
transformar mesmo o
in
nosso sistema alimentar.
2016
E hoje a
to
gente tem mais de
transform
40
our
membros que
feeding
trabalham
system. And now
voluntariamente
we have
em
over
vários lugares
40
do Brasil,
members
são
that
vários
work
pesquisadores e
voluntarily in
alunos
several countries, in several
que estão no
places in
Brasil e no
Brazil
mundo também, né,
and
discutindo sobre
throughout the
isso de
world,
forma voluntária para
discussing that
fomentar
in
esse
a
sistema alimentar
volunteer
mais
way
justo e
to
sustentável.
foster
E a
this
gente
more
trabalha, né, com
sustainable and
4 pilares de
fair
atuação,
food
em que a
system.
gente
So, and we
visa
work
muito o desenvolvimento da nossa própria
uh,
comunidade
with
interna,
that,
transdisciplinar,
aiming to
promovendo nessa
be
produção de saberes com a comunidade,
transdisciplinary,
fazendo essa troca
promoting this
com as instituições e
type
com a
of knowledge
sociedade, com o
and this
objetivo de
exchange, knowledge
engajar e
exchange
transformar o nosso
among the
sistema alimentar.
community
Então, é
to
um
engage
projeto
and
que vem aí
transform
há quase 10 anos, né,
our
8 anos se
food
desenvolvendo,
system.
trazendo essas
And it's a
informações. A
project
gente
that
tem
has
livros de
been
receitas, a gente tem
developed
revistas,
for
materiais técnicos, a gente tem
about
um manifesto
18
sobre alimentação sustentável.
years.
Se
We
vocês
have
quiserem conhecer mais,
a lot of
né, o
material
nosso site é
on sustainable
sustentaria.com.br
food
e a gente
systems,
também tem redes
and
sociais. E
we
amanhã
have
a gente tem 3
Sustentare. Also, we
trabalhos
have
que vão ser
all the
apresentados
information at
aqui nesse evento.
sustentare.br
E aí
too.
vocês podem conhecer um
And we
pouquinho
are
mais das
going to
nossas
present
atividades
more works
que foi feita
tomorrow
agora em
in this
2020.
event, and you will
E
be able to
agradeço aí o
learn more about
espaço
what was
e
done
espero ter
in 2020.
uma grande
I would like to
discussão aí
thank
depois de
you
todas as
for the
apresentações.
chance to talk here, and I hope you have a fruitful discussion after the presentations. Thank you, Aline. Okay, now she talked a little bit sustentável to us. Now we're going to talk to Thais. Thais is the Associate Professor of Pathology of the University of São Paulo. She is in the Department of Pathology, and she coordinates the group of study with emphasis on this kind of activity in the University of São Paulo. She is vice coordinator of the environmental group. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, IEA, Professor Saraiva, Professor Girsi, Professor Raquel. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our experience with our culinary medicine course that I conduct here. I've been conducting here for 3 years. Since 2013, we have a plantation here at the university that promotes a lot of activities that are targeted at healthy as sustainable food. In At a certain moment, we understood that we had to do that in a more structured way for the medicine students, and then we created this course that is called culinary medicine, that exists already in other parts of the world, where students are invited to cook. It's a hands-on course. We do that in partnership with chefs de cuisine, with masters based on certain subjects such as salt, sugar, fat. This year we had a model on biodiversity, a model on flavor and consistency, and been very gratifying to watch their development in the sense of bringing to these doctors all the importance of all this nutritional component, but all the importance it has in cultural terms, in terms of climate changes and all that. So we try to approach all that. So this year, the course was online and they were invited to cook at home and pay attention to what kind of material they were using, what was the packing of those material, what kind of food they used, what was the origin of those ingredients, with the idea of having a doctor when they graduate that perceives more the importance of this kind of nutrition for the health of the planet and the health of the individuals. Uh, I'm going to show one more example here. I'm going to try to share my screen. And it's one slide of an example this year. Can you see my screen? Okay, this is an example of one thing, one model that we had, that the topic was flavor. So we asked them to think about flavor and what flavor brings. And then we started talking about the history of Madeleine Cruz, that the food was not only the flavor, but was all the emotional involvement, engagement that food could have. And then this student mentioned that for his birthday, his grandma usually made prepared some chicken for him, a recipe of chicken for him in his birthday, and he uh, did that and cooked the chicken in the way that he cooked, but he used more healthier ingredients and healthier seasons and all that. So this is just an example of how food can impact positively many aspects.
Obrigada, Thaís. Trazer aqui também essa experiência. Depois acho que nós vamos ter oportunidade de
Thank you uh, for bringing this experience. We're going to have the opportunity to talk a little bit more. I'm going to give the floor to Tatiane Marques. Tatiane Marques is a law student. She's part of she is an agent, a communitary agent, and she promotes and she acts taking care of the Black people population. I'll give you the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to bring a report of the health unit that I work at. I'm sorry, okay? There are people, rebuilding the apartment here. So in the unit that I work, due to COVID-19, we have created a blog and a radio via WhatsApp to share information with our patients. And in this radio program, we talk about several aspects about the health of the Black population, the LGBT population, social and climate changes, and then we have a cultural moment to talk about healthy food and all that. It's just a brief mention of what we do in our community. Okay, I'm going to give you guys more time, and also because my neighbor is banging here to fix some things in his house, so I don't want to bother. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we are already used to that in during this pandemic to have our children interrupting the neighbor, making noise and things like that. So thank you for your participation. I think it's important to be able to have this experience. We have some questions already here, so I'm going to start asking. So I'm going to start with Juliana. Juliana, there's a question for you. When will this lack, how much this lack of food is related to waste and also to the domain of exports, like in sugarcane, for example? Can you hear me fine? Oh, okay. Uh, I could be hours explaining that, but of course, that waste is a problem. Of course, it's a problem of food production, of the chain, of the distribution, and it has a lot of impacts. And both FAO.IPCC put this as a major factor, and there has been a lot of investment in technology and on campaigns to reduce this impact of food waste, but also how much we have of consumption based on monoculture. I think that this is what he meant when he used the example of sugarcane, for example. We do not only produce, we have a lot of agricultural production that is not necessarily production of food. There are a lot of things that are produced that will be wasted, and there are many things that are produced that will become energy, that will become additive for an ultra processed kind of food. So, and that will come back as food to us. So we in Brazil have this kind of paradox. So when I don't remember, but there was a number that we used to. Brazil was a country that was able to feed 1/6 of uh, all human beings, but we have a lot of problems to feed the people here in Brazil. So we have a lot of problems in this chain.
Seu microfone está fechado.
Juliana, tem uma outra pergunta para você que está um pouco.
Juliana, there is another question to you. Douglas is thanking you and would like you to talk a little bit more about this inverse logistics where Brazil produces more and more, paying very high environmental costs, but on the other hand, the cost of food is getting higher and higher to the population, both for processed food and even fresh food. Yeah, the access is it's terrible how the access to food is much cheaper when we think about ultra processed food than when we think about a nutritionally rich kind of food. So yeah, he had started talking about the paradox about Brazil producing a lot. The thing is that we produce in a large scale commodities to export, and the incentives that our policies give us, that the government gives us, are based on an isolated perspective that is purely economical. So it's an incentive for production to be an economically rich activity that generates rich wellness. But of course, this is important too. But the problem is that we're not producing necessarily food. We produce food for cattle. We deforest and we advance more and more to produce, like soy is an example. We stimulate the family producers, and we stimulate them to migrate from the production of healthy food to have other kind of food. So the supply chain has some gaps too. And because healthy food are perishable, usually we're talking about fruits and vegetables and all that, we need an investment because it's harder to store that. So it's easier to produce grains, for example. So there is a lack of grouped incentives that is given by a not very well planned policy. If anybody in this panel would like to say something, to discuss something, feel free to speak your minds. So we're going to the next question. Ariela, Beatriz wants to know that if the project Comida e Cultura has new partnerships with public schools. Yes, we do. Now our objective is to expand because the project's been here for 3 years already. And so the public schools are part of the very relevant systems that we're discussing here. And we talk to kids, of course, depending on their age range in different ways. But the idea is to approach with them all these topics because we believe that this is what will make more conscious citizens are able to at least elect better politicians that choose uh, good public policies. Because what we saw a lot during this pandemic were the initiatives for the health, for the food systems. Everybody worried about the food safety, but we don't have a lot of politicians that are really involved in that and that are willing to work for that. So our idea is to expand not only to other private schools, the program to other private schools, but also to public schools, because we want everybody to have this kind of information, this kind of understanding. It's not for one walk of life or another, it's for society as a whole, regardless of their social uh, position. And Jesse, I if you want to learn more about the project, at Instagram we are at project Comida e Cultura, and we also have the website Comida e Cultura and Facebook, so it will be easy for you to find us on the internet. Well, I'm going to address this question to me. There how should we behave in
Super, eu
terms
acho
of
que elas estão super
environmental
envolvidas, né? A Juliana falou muito bem um pouco dessa relação dos
yes,
sistemas
we are
alimentares,
pretty
mas
much
acho que é isso, né? A
involved
gente
because
sabe que
Juliana talked
toda
about
forma de
that a lot.
produzir alimentos,
We
todos
think
os
that
alimentos,
all the
eles têm um
forms
impacto
of
na saúde e
producing
também no meio ambiente, né? A gente
has an
sabe que os alimentos
impact
de
in
origem
health
animal, eles vão
and
ter um impacto
in
maior no meio
environment. So
ambiente,
we know that
pensando em
for
gases de efeito
animals we
estufa, em
have
uso de
more
água, né?
impact
E
in the
isso vai ter impactos também na
environment,
nossa saúde de
thinking about
formas
greenhouse
diferentes, e a
gases
gente
and
tem
all
que
that. So
considerar como
we're going to
bem
have a
né, a
different
Ariela
impact on our health too.
considera no
So
projeto
we
dela
need to
também a
consider,
cultura
like
alimentar das
Ariela
pessoas. Então, é
considers in
tudo
her
muito
project, the
conectado. E acho que quando a gente
feeding
fala
culture of
em
these
educação, a
people.
gente tem que levar
And when we talk
aspectos de
about
saúde, de meio
education,
ambiente,
we
de
need to
cultura de forma
consider
conjunta e
aspects
discutir
of
isso com a população,
health
para que, de
and
fato, a
environment
gente consiga
in
ter
a
mudanças
joint way and
substanciais,
discuss that
tanto
so
na
that
forma de
we
produção,
can have
quanto no consumo da
substantial
população
changes
e o
both
impacto que isso vai ter na nossa vida.
in the consumption of the population and in the impact it's going to have in our lives. We have one last question, but I'm going to suggest that we leave it to the last discussion. Maybe we can have a better debate. How the concepts of food safety relate with the concepts of food consumption. So I'm going to give the floor to Raquel, that is going to coordinate the next panel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, DC. Good afternoon, everyone. I was very happy with so many provocations and questions. I think that this meeting this week is very important for us to have some provocations and invite you to be here in April in our international event, and also continuing this panel. Our second table would be ways of contemporary consumption. And the same way we did before, we're going to have a speech of 10 minutes, and some speakers are going to bring experiences that are incredible and that are associated to this topic. Now I wanted to give the floor to Dr. Professor Trindade, that is the professor of the Communication and Arts School of the University of São Paulo. He teaches both at graduation and post-graduation and has experience in communication areas with emphasis in advertising language and working with publicity and advertising. Now I'm going to give the floor to you because we only have 10 minutes, so I don't want to take your time. Please, thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here with the Planetary Health group. I coordinate this group with other colleagues like Daniela. I coordinate communication, and my research has some links, and it brings some unfoldings on matters related to consumption. They have to do with what Juliana was talking about. But for us to think about changes, we have to learn about the logic of consumption to try and dismantle them. So let me try and share a presentation with you, okay? Can you see my presentation, he's asking? And then I'll be discussing my current work, which is digital media, and there are many possibilities that are addressed, democratizing, for example, but the logic of financial capital, they have seized this digital space. That could be a modifying and a revolutionary space. But this media, the presence of the digital, is shaping up and repeating the same errors of the past. And our work precisely tries to show how the use of applications and influencers is contributing or not to the exercise of citizenship and consumption. I study, food and fashion apps. And here I'm going to highlight the food apps. This is where technology has mostly evolved, much more than in the fashion sector. In the Brazilian context, for example, what are the possibilities of the different approaches and pathways? I find quite interesting concepts, but I do not find any production logic that could, address this promise of a logic of production and consumption to promote sustainability and the health of the planet. So there were many surveys and pieces of research that were developed, and we developed some criteria, and this is how we identified some brands in the apps. Our assumption is that today, anything that is mediated and we consume that, all of that is based on brands of the companies that you see in the centers. They're global conglomerates. They hold virtually everything in their hands, everything that we have at home. Or at home, at least, we have something of these companies, undoubtedly so. So this consumption is mediated by the brand names, and they develop a sense to our existence, developing rites and rituals. She was talking about the Hellman's mayo and the chicken that was made with it. This has to do with affectionate memories as well. So the brand in this case replaces the original product, which is an essential product that provides flavor and aroma. So everything is lost within this scenario. Everything has to do with communication and advertising because the brand in itself is advertisement. And then here we find the 5 apps that stood out based on the criteria that we used in the piece of research. Uber Eats, iFood, Appetite, Rappi, and Live Up. iFood and Live Up are, ordering food. Appetite is dishes from famous chefs, and Live Up is the only one that offers healthy foods. That's a quite open semantic field, right? What do I mean by healthy diet? What does it mean for Live Up? Anyhow, Live Up works with the concept of a healthy diet. In our research, and by surveying the apps, we try to define a working logic that encompasses the role of the platforms within the capitalism of platforms. That's the new venue for financing, right? The functionality levels and the machine learning of such algorithms, although these are intermediate companies providing services and deliveries, they are also an advertising logic because they do a dumping of the market because constantly and based on their data they offer cheaper offers for a compulsive purchase and a loop. That's precisely the repetition of these mechanisms during consumption. If we are to discuss citizenship and consumption, we'll have to address the concepts and the models of businesses and the production logic of the platform-based capitalism directed to the food industry with theoretical discussions that involve the mediations, the digital interactions of consumption, trying to define how do we relate citizenship and labor in a broader fashion, not only related to advertising in the logic of consumption. And then we see that there is no angle that will address the totality of it. So we gave this interesting example in terms of possible citizenships. There's this app in France, Resto Paris. There are many restaurants that work with healthy diets, healthy foods, and they try to work with local vendors. And also the delivery has its own group of delivery people. So they have a cooperative to ensure a better distribution of the income arising from the deliveries. So it seeks to create a balance of the entire production chain. And today, what we see is that the apps, they make the delivery person invisible. And if they do anything related to a healthy diet, on the other hand, they contribute to this exploratory system of work, which is predatory. It doesn't contribute for an equivalent distribution so that everybody can win within the production chain because part of the chain is made invisible, that is the delivery person. So Juliet Shore, that discusses the big economy and the informality, she says that the alternative for gig economy is precisely developing cooperatives that aim at sharing the profits and sharing the work and also dealing with the local and environmental aspects, that is establishing distribution to prevent the waste of foods, for example. the non-pollution of cities with the use of transportation systems, with no fossil fuels, and so on and so forth. So we also realize another key role in developing the public opinion in terms of the digital influencers. Here in Brazil, you do have some channels that can have a repercussion in developing the mindset of the Brazilian audience. The most famous one is Panelinha from Rita Lobo, a cooking show. It's become an institution virtually, and we may discuss the healthability of some of the recipes and so on and so forth. We have Monica Wagner, which works as well with the recommendation of recipes. She's not a cook, she's not a chef, but she learned and then she publicizes the alternatives for healthy foods, demystifying that issue that is breaking up with the system. There is a whole pedagogical issue. Mr. Lawson, Mrs. Lawson from the UK, and then she works very much similar to Rita Lobo, Irina Cordeiro from MasterChef, and then she's really a gastronomy expert. And then Lorica Vegana, she works with the vegan movement, and Emagrecer Certo from Yamile Berniguin, and then she talks about healthy diets. That's her perspective. So these themes, concepts, and models, they will depend on their communication logic. And today, this is based on financing, the logics of making everything turn into financing. But they can also reverse and work to the other side. Citizenship and consumption. So these are concepts that aim at establishing cultural transformations that are mediated by communication. So these are theoretical discussions that will enable us to understand that even challenging the advertising, even challenging the action of the brands, the alternative of transformation also depends on this communicative construction that will help us to work with new patterns, new standards, new values, and renewed pathways. So it is in this sense that I make my presentation here, explaining to you that we have to consider consumption linked to a citizen interest, that is citizenship and consumption, because the other way around will prioritize the financial logic, and this will take the entire society and its economic productivity deviating from citizenship, something that is key for health and for the planetary health. This is fundamental. I think that advertising should be regulated. There must be a number of mechanisms to protect the consumer, especially aiming at exercising citizenship. And the key point is being creative, proposing something that is good and positive for the construction of a better society and for a better world and environment. Thank you very much. So thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Something for us to reflect upon. We could be here chatting, right? For a long time, establishing connections, between panel 1 and panel 2. So we'll have the opportunity of doing that, I'm sure. Now, Lívia Cataruzzi, she's a lawyer from the program Children and Consumption from the Alana Institute. She's the Secretary General of the Brazilian Bar and representative of the observatory dealing with food and children. So let me hear from the Alani Institute. I would like to hear about your experience and the consumption of foods, especially those for children. Thank you. Thank you, Raquel. Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to the IEA of the University of the São Paulo on the event. Thank you for the invitation. As Raquel said, I represent the Institute Alana, a civil society organization developing many programs regarding childhood. And since '06, one of the programs is Children and Consumption. that reflects on the impact of consumerism in childhood. So any and all kinds of advertising should not be directed to children. That is that commercial break whose public audience is the children. We uphold that based on the Brazilian legislation because it bans the practice of specific advertisements to children because of the Consumer Defense Code and another resolution from CONAMA. There is this legal framework that protects children, and they're against such commercial strategies. Although in our day to day it is illegal, but we are faced with many advertisements that are oriented to children in different areas and in different communication media within the schools, in the social networks, in the points of sale, and in public parks. To make it worse, during 15 years, many of the market actions that were oriented to children, they aim at promoting excessive and usual consumption of unhealthy products with a low nutritional value. According to many studies and national and international documents, these show that the advertising of unhealthy foods have a growing and direct impact on the cultural practices because they become models of diet consumption. There is this UN report that we translated and we have it available. This UN report that provides this reflection showing the impact of advertising and publicity on the individual rights. And also the advertising of ultra processed foods generates an impact on the health of people, even including the number of non-transmissible diseases amongst children. So we have been acting, we have been issuing notifications to these companies based on the legislation and grounded on many studies, and also by means of accusations to the public agencies so that they can take the proper measures. So we've acted in many cases and then now send you the link. For example, the Ronald McDonald clown that would hold shows in daycare and in elementary schools, shows about the environment, about healthy diet, about the practice of physical exercises. So it was a commercial message that is not even seen by the child because they see the character and they think it's a joke. They think they're playing. And then some other cases that were ruled by the Supreme Court, and then I'll leave you with the link for those who want to take a look at it. But we have two decisions, two rulings from the Supreme Court, advertising of unhealthy foods with the offer of collectibles, collectible toys that point out to the illegal practice that this actually is. Thank you very much. I think I've exceeded my time. That's okay. Thank you, Livia. So what you just said is quite relevant because the kids are developing their consumption habits and their eating habits at home, right? Now we want to talk about this experience that has to do with adults and not children. Dr. Evelini, Professor Evelini from the Federal University of Ceará. She's the coordinator of the social gastronomy program at Jardim da Gente and coordinator and professor in the bachelor's degree on gastronomy at the University of Ceará. Evelini, on to you. Thank you. Thank you, Raquel. I'm quite flattered to be able to participate in this event. I have 3 minutes, right? That's a challenge. I have to speak about the social gastronomy program at Jardim da Gente. So dearly, I call it Social Gastronomy UFC. It was born within the Federal University of Ceará together with the bachelor's degree in gastronomy. Since 2010, we've been using and developing the program. And the program was created because of the demand of the community. It was not something that we created from within, from our bachelor's program. It was actually a demand from the community. And as such, we became pioneers in mobilizing social gastronomy in the state of Ceará. So let me speak, globally about our goals. The program aims at offering courses and workshops on gastronomy. They are all free of charge. It ranges from 40 hours to 180 hours. They are continued education programs. So we use the courses as mobilization tools for social sustainability. In all of the courses, we work with the gastronomic memory, social sustainability, creative economy, and we work with the foodstuffs that are produced. We discuss, appreciating the diet, the region, the northeastern region, especially our state, appreciating and giving due value to the feedstock of our land. So in terms of the execution of the traditional recipes. So these are recipe and traditional recipes and techniques. So we appeal to true food, following the guidelines. So we use the Brazilian guide as a north to our approach.
It disconstruct that idea that gastronomy resorts to glamour, to formatization and things like that. So we want to show that gastronomy has this interdisciplinary approach, this merger of sciences, science of food, anthropology, history, everything is all together. All this is gastronomy, and we try to develop our uh, approach, valuing the sovereignty of food and the nutritional sovereignty. I'm going to speak a little bit about the players of this social gastronomy. Who makes this? It's coordinated by me together with Professor Robinson and Professor Rafael Bastos and at UFC and all the other gastronomy professors. They participate of social gastronomy as partners because some of the projects are interconnected connected, and they also play the role of consultants. And we have the role of the graduating students that play the role of sort of professors in this program. So our students also have the opportunity to participate what is teaching gastronomy, to have this rooted with them, so we are graduation because we believe that this is included in gastronomy, this translation of things. And of course, that we have several partners. That is why we are a program. We started with a small demand, but then we felt the need of our partners. So we have a very robust team. I'm going to mention some of them here that we are working with at the moment. First is Movimento Saúde Mental e Comunitário. It's the health uh, movement and community. So we started in a community with a low development human rate. Uh, we have several young people, boys and girls, that are killed every day. So, but we are planting our seed there to try to reduce that. Together with this partner, we also have developed several actions. We also also the creation of a productive capacity, kitchen as a therapy, and the effective the emotional gastronomy. Okay, so this is done. We work with the state of Ceará, precisely the education secretariat. We also work with MI's Gastronomia, where we have a program with young people and adults for this uh, uh, approach and with qualification already. We also have our current partner that is Impred, We are planning a didactical book thinking about the people that have difficulty to read, a book that is not only about gastronomy, but that has some stories of people and of social inclusion and fighting malnutrition and also obesity. I I know that everybody's eager to learn more about your programs, but I need to you needed to wrap up. Okay, now I'm going to wrap up. And we believe that social gastronomy is an action that promotes social sustainability because it's a practice that that aims at a better quality of life for the population. So I'm going to wrap up here. And if you want to learn more, just look at our Instagram at Gastronomy UFC and get in touch with us to and ask questions and to learn more about us. Okay. Thank you, Raquel. Bellini, I know, Bellini, I know it's a topic that is should be copied throughout Brazil, but I want you to write your Instagram on the chat so that people can share and can see that on our YouTube channel too. Okay. Now I want to give the floor to uh, to Jennifer. She's a nutritionist from USP. She's a master's at the University of Rio de Janeiro, and she works with us in some aspects related to the Institute of Advanced Studies at USP, and she's going to share with us a little bit of her experience. Thank you, Raquel. I would like to thank you on your behalf this invitation. I think it's a pleasure to come back. I graduated in nutrition, and now I'm coming back with a different vision to share a little bit about more a little bit about a hands-on kind of action now. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone, to all the colleagues at this table. And I am today to talk to you about something that I learned and that I did during pandemic, because when we think the basis of the food system that we have in force and think this over. So I had some a message some from some producers of polvilho and within restaurants in the more uh, famous chefs in the restaurants, they were not selling any kind of polvilho, so which is another traditional food in our menu, and also the maniac that that these producers were finding hard to have a space for production. So in addition to my role in the academia, I have a lot, a role much more in this active social activism regarding the agriculture, family agriculture, and food agriculture. And when they asked me about that, I said, I don't know what we can do, but we have this theoretical information, but we need to put that into practice. Uh, yeah. So how can we make this system more sustainable? So we decided to have a list of collective purchase to try to have this maniac floor. So we have this online list, and in the group of purchase that I participate together with the small agricultures farmers of Rio, and my on my Instagram that is the account of Comer Todo Mundo. So I think that we found a win-win kind of business. So we had the opportunity to buy some maniac flour done in directly from the producers, from the farmers, without using apps, because they stay in Favela da Babilônia. It's a slum close to the Leme Beach in Rio de Janeiro. And in addition to buying this maniac floor, buy another kind of floor to donate to the people from the same slum. So in the end, I was able to speed up all this process, and I want to share with you some numbers that were almost half a ton of maniac floor bought by 80 physical people, being over 70 women, and this I leave open for us to discuss, of a total of 430 kilograms of maniac floor. Over 100 were donated for this organic slam. And Regina, that is the leader of this project in the Morro da Babilônia, she produced more than 1,000 cheese breads with this donation. And with the value of these deliveries, we had two moto cabs, and we collected one minimum wage, and this was delivered very quickly. And I wanted to share, if I have time, I would like to share some of the pictures of my apartment with this half a ton of maniac floor. And so that I can wrap up. Can you see my screen? I believe so, right? So these are some registries. This is just a provocation for us to think what can be behind a simple maniac floor or a simple kind of food that you bring into our houses or that you serve on our plates, and make us think about this food system so that we can support other logistics too. Okay. So I ended up organizing other collective purchases and solidarity purchases, and the contacts are there for you to get in touch with us if you want to. Thank you very much, Jennifer. It was a very important action that includes the two topics that we approached on our two tables today, and the issue of a more conscious consumption. And now I would like to give the floor to Thais Kokashi Kaguchi, that is the Foundation Kokishi Okada. She's a nutritionist, and the foundation plays a role in the well-being of society and transforming people's lives, developing projects in the areas of art, culture, food, environment, health, and spirituality. I think that seeing the human beings and the planet as a whole. Thais, I'll give you the floor. Good afternoon. Uh, Raquel, thank you for the invitation on behalf of the Foundation Kichokada. I'm very happy to participate on this table and of the seminar. And I would like to share a study that the team has been developing for more than 15 years. So the Foundation Okada works on a kind of work to make people more aware to respect to respect nature and consume food that makes them stronger. So we stimulate them to look for the food that is at season, that is in harmony with nature. We stimulate them not to use any agrotoxics or you know, chemicals. And so we've been studying this organic food, and we have observed that it presents a different behavior in the preparation. So we have a new technique regarding the preparation of this organic food that I want to share with you. So organic food, it cooks faster. So we have again their peels and uh, are much more are softer and after they're cooked. And another differential is that you can use the food integrally during preparation. So we have a result of 100%. We don't need to keep anything to use later in another recipe. Everything can be used, you know. So we don't waste anything. So we use the food as a whole for everything. So in the end, it's not more expensive as people usually say, you know, because we pay more for the organic food, but if we prepare it correctly, we use it all and we avoid generating more waste. In addition to nutritionally, they produce less heavy metals, petrochemicals, and minerals. So we see a new list to correct the price of the organic food, because when we prepare the organic food, it's going to provide it's going to be more provide convenience, and if we apply this correction factor, the seeking this food is going to be more frequent because it's not going to be more expensive than the regular food. It will be more feasible, you know. So for restaurants, for hospitals, we diminish the generation of waste and residues, because what's left is minimum because we use almost 100%, and we take better care of the human health. And so this is what I wanted to share. And I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity. Thank you, Thais. This is a beautiful work you've been conducting. It's hard to say, to mention here, because this panel here could last a whole afternoon. I would like to thank all the components of this panel for being on time, for addressing our restrictions of time perfectly. And now we have some time to talk. Here on the chat, we have a question to Livia, where Ana Paula Avares puts that your observation is very important. Uh, in of how some kind of advertising or publicity can shape the mental models of children. So she wanted you to comment on that. Well, the in the report of the United Nations published in 2014, at the time it was not translated into Portuguese. In 2017, we had the authorization to translate it into Portuguese, and it's available to the website of Criança e Consumo, so we can share it with you. It shows that the strategies of marketing and advertising have a direct impact on cultural practices. Fahida Shahed was the one who wrote that. She's from Israel, and she is the one that brings this vision of how of the impact of the marketing influencing the cultural rights. So she says that it's hard to identify, and even to us, because as target publics, and if the we should change the tactics of advertising in schools. So in our institute, we have acted in several cases like that. They enter as with a educational purpose, but in fact, what they what to do is to make the children loyal to to them when they are not with their parents. So this is an incredible report. If you want to see it, I suggest that you read it. Thank you, Livia, for your answer. Now we have two questions. The two questions are to all the panel, but Fernando is asking everybody how to engage the population more into this activism. That's why I would like to extend this question to all the panel. How could we involve, engage more the population? In one sentence, if everybody can speak. So I know that you all have brought a proposal, but how to expand that outside the universe that you live today? So I'll open for you to give your suggestions. I don't know if we should go in alphabetical order. Okay, Ariela, please. While listening to everybody speak, I thought that the same way that we started the first table, saying that all these problems that we have in the food chain are interconnected and cannot be dissociated. I think that all these actions are the same way. There's not only one solution. You said, for us to explain it in one sentence, but there's not only one solution. So for example, in my on my side, training children that are aware that they are nature and that they need to be independent and autonomous when they're cooking and all that is one thing. What Livia brings, she brings this thing about the advertising that is very important. Juliana brings the things about the public policies. So we have to have a joint action for us to save the planet and save our health. And I wish very much that this happens. And maybe this pandemic made us stay here on the screen talking so much about this topic so that everything can be transformed.
Queria complementar isso que a
I would
Ariela,
like
que
to
a Ariela
complement what
falou,
Ariela
né, sobre a gente tem
said,
diversos projetos,
which is
diversas
like we have
soluções.
several
Eu acho que é
projects,
importante
several
também a gente fazer essas
solutions. I think
parcerias,
it's
essas
important
conexões,
that
esses
we
debates, para que a
partner,
gente possa
that we have these
compartilhar quais
connections, and
são
that
os
we have this
problemas, como
debate
são
so
feitas
that
as
we can
soluções de forma
share the
regional, local, e
problems
como é que a
and
gente
what
pode
are the
potencializar
solutions
isso junto. Né? Acho que o Grupo de
locally and
Saúde Planetária tem
regionally.
essa
I
missão de
think that the
juntar pesquisadores do
Planetary
Brasil
Health
inteiro
has
e
this
pessoas de
mission of
diversas
bringing
áreas. Eu acho
together
que mais ações
researchers
como
from all
essas,
over
debates como
Brazil in
esse,
different areas.
podem
So I think
influenciar e
that
realmente otimizar todas
debates
essas
like
nossas
this
ações
can influence and
individuais.
optimize our individual actions, I think. Can I say something? Sure, of course. Well, I think that this debate is an example of that. I think that we cannot focus only on individual actions. I think that we lose. Many people here said that our food choices are not ours, they are the industries. So in my understanding, it's not a criticism, but somebody here, we could have somebody here at this table with us from the industry explaining why they prepare this processed food, because we cannot have all the blame. So we have the wrong consumption, we buy the wrong products. So, but our power many times, especially for a less wealthy class, I is not only that. So I think that it's time for us to call to this table the industry and listen to their opinions about that. Yeah, I myself, I agree with everything that has been said, but I understand that we need to think communication as a ideological approach of citizenship, not only for the productive and private sector. I think that we need to recover because advertising has been used as an ideologic instrument of the capitalist logic, but it's an instrument that can convey new concepts. For example, I am totally in favor of all
Well, the parents are the first to encourage the compensatory consumption to replace their absence by that. And when they can, and when they cannot, they also do that. I saw this survey a short while ago showing that people consume from a minimum wage. They buy a lot from apps. Or perhaps they don't have money to use app, but they do because it's part of their imaginary. It's part of the expectation and the belonging, which is a mistake actually, the feeling of belonging. Well, but thinking about communication as this place that connects, the thinking around what's shared, that's what's missing, right? And that's what I had to say. Thank you. Thank you. Now, well, I would like to add to what the colleague said, and it also really touched me in the sense of recovering the citizenship. We need to forget about ourselves, or I do, I buy, I solve, the me culture. We have to look into more systemic solutions. And I'm not speaking about the state and the institutions. We have to understand that we are a world that has people in it. The industries, they're people as well. So my provocation is thinking about that, thinking about what we can truly do, not overloading ourselves, but really understanding and taking on the responsibility. There's this sentence that I really like. Well, we think that's what we eat, but what we eat influences what other people eat as well. We have to understand that. And one of the key points to be understood is to listen, to pay attention to the popular and social movements. They bring us, great solutions that we can, introduce into the academic world and implement. I would like to add, discussing here how the community can participate. I agree with the professor. We need to listen. We need to listen to the community. Community has a role to play and do what most people said. We need to act. We truly need to promote interdisciplinarity, that is being together, to be truly able to see changes and to gear efforts. I really think about that. Sometimes we work in our corners. We don't know what the others are doing. There's some people across the aisle and we don't know. So I really like working with this connection, this bond, truly exchanging ideas. I don't know if you realize that. We do practice that. The projects, they are intertwined. We weave one project into another. Very nice development of networks, as she said. That's essential. As she said, everybody is talking about this, Thais, about the importance of this new correction factor. There are elements, they're super important. They want to know where they can resort to. So if you can share your website or any kind of reference, please, can you share in the chat so that we can publish at the YouTube? That would be nice. At least the address of the foundation, please, so that we can go there and see the actions that you have been carrying out. Microphone is open, floor is open to you guys. Would you like to say anything else? We still have like 2 questions. Well, we can chat a bit more beyond 3:30. So if you would like to say anything else, you may go ahead and do so. Well, it's a great pleasure. I would really like to share this with you. And then I'll leave in the chat the website of the foundation. We are open and available. Our office is open to you. Of course, we do have the pandemic restrictions, but the doors are open for you. If you have any questions, you may submit your questions. Get in touch with us. The correction factor table is available. We have been studying that. And we see a need of creating such references. As everybody said, This is about uniting forces, establishing partnerships, working together. There are many nice projects. The foundation also has many projects to discuss with you. Thank you. Thank you, Thais. She had to go, but we may carry on. Thank you, Thais, for your participation. Thank you. I really liked it. We have to keep on talking, right? Definitely. There's much to be prepared. April is right down the road. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Saraiva. Let me teach now. Thank you. Very well. Eneus, would you like to say anything? We do have a question from Sonia Soares, and she would like to know about the legal lawsuits that Alana Institute mentioned. So have we made that available through the YouTube channel? Do you have the address? And she would like to know whether there is, work regarding the ethics of food intake. It's a question for everyone. Let me speak about Alana. Well, it's in the chat, the three actions that I mentioned, but we do have a field, legal actions. So all of the cases that we have worked with for the food industry, the toy industry, or other products and services, everything is made available there. The entire documentation. Okay, thank you. So, Dirce, ethics in diet and food sovereignty and food security. This is an open matter. You made a provocation before, right? So Eveline really talked about food sovereignty. If she would like to begin speaking, so we can then follow through to the closure of our panel. Thank you, Rachel. As I said, of course, we give due value to the products that come from our land. Everything is interconnected with the food sovereignty. We have to appreciate to give due value to what's produced in our territory. We also work with, enabling people to choose their diet, choose their foods. That's an opportunity for choosing whatever they want to serve in their plates. So we always prioritize all of that. We work with that educational, and we always highlight the sovereignty by giving due value to the products of our region, industrialized foods, and showing what the benefits are, the benefits that we could bring to our community when we actually give due value to the foods of our land. Rachel, I would like to seize the opportunity. And as pioneers in this approach, we were fortunate to set up the first master's program in gastronomy. So we're going to have this research line. I have to speak about BFN. BFN is the diversity project in nutrition. It's so enrooted, and I always call it by its acronym. And it discusses the food sovereignty. So we'll be rescuing the foods that are no longer planted or consumed. So perhaps my grandchild or even my daughter doesn't know that. So that's the discussion that we have about sovereignty, the true value, true appreciation of whatever belongs to our land, our territory. So, yeah, we discussed biodiversity. So we have to understand it in the logic of the food systems. That's essential. For those of you who want to learn more about this project, all you have to do is search, but we can put the information on the chat. There are some members of the Planetary Health project who participated. It's an international project. So biodiversity for diet and nutrition. Once again, I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the panelists for your availability of being here with us. Thank you for sharing your time. We're getting close to the end of the year. I know that you're all busy. It's quite enriching, quite nice provocations. You know, we all felt like reading, have anything that we haven't read, we felt like reading. Let's find time during vacation time. So now on to you, Dirce, so that you can close the panel, and thank you all.
Da mesma forma, compartilho isso com a Raquel, que foi
I share Raquel's words. It was a quite enriching panel.
provocações,
There were many provocations, right?
de pensar,
Many things to think of.
transversal a muitos projetos, a
We have
quer
multi-projeto,
sejam crianças, quer
people
sejam
training, be it, people, health professionals, the population. We have this huge challenge
esse aumento da fome,
that has to do with increased hunger in the world, increased starvation,
obesidade no mundo,
the number of people with obesity and overweight in the world and in our country.
como bem diz, com uma excelente escolha,
And as she said so well,
temos que agir
it is
agora,
time to
não
act.
mais
We have to act now. We cannot wait any longer.
nas provocações para a gente
So we really addressed such provocations for us to reflect upon
próximo evento e temos que manter essa
and
rede,
for us to maintain the network. We have to keep the discussion alive. We have to broaden the discussions
que o tema é mais
because
que relevante, é urgente.
it's more than relevant. It's urgent. It's fundamental today.
Obrigada pela oportunidade,
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity,
Saraiva, para
Mr. Saraiva.
permitir montar essa mesa, para essas pessoas
Thank you for organizing this panel with these fantastic people, wonderful people.
nessas ações. E agradeço a todos os panelistas,
And I would like to thank all of the panelists, Rachel,
todos vocês. Espero nos
and all of you.
em breve.
I hope we see each other soon to keep on talking.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. See you next time. And I think we'll resume the session in 15 minutes. Is that so? In 15 minutes, we'll resume with the event. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Deixa eu liberar aqui. Pronto.
Okay, ready.
Bom, boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start. So initially, I am going to share my screen.
Tendo aqui alguma dificuldade. Vocês estão vendo minha tela ou não?
Can you see my screen now? Sure. Yes. Yes.
Então vamos lá. Tudo bem. Então, começar então o painel.
So we're going to start panel number 4. That is our last panel of today. And we are going to talk about a very important topic, which is the relationship between the health of the marine and human ecosystems. It's a very important topic because the relationship that we have with the marine ecosystems and the marine organisms in terms of food and the relationship of the ocean with planet Earth, in terms of the regulation of the climate, but it also can be very important in impacting the ecosystem of the Earth as a whole. So this is a very important topic that is not uh, broadly discussed, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here discussing that. Also, I would like to congratulate our group for having this bigger event that hopefully will be the first of many. And introducing myself, I'm Flavio Berques. I am professor of the Bioscience Institutes at the University of São Paulo, and I'm a marine biologist, and I work with research and education. The panelists, I'm going to introduce them individually when they are about to speak, but I would like to thank the participation of all these people. I know they are very busy people, and some of them were even had to travel to have a better internet connection. So this is a group that encompasses the northern of Brazil and Peru, and they are people with different approaches and different roles. So I think that it will be a very interesting discussion, and you are all invited to participate in the group. And this is we're going to be open to listen to everybody's opinion because it's all very important to us. Well, I'm not going to speak too much because just presenting this first slide here, that is a slide to lead us to think some things over, to think the subject over. It's a very broad subject, and of course, we don't have a way to speak about things that happen regionally, locally, but they need to be incorporated into the discussion somehow. So the reflection that I put here was the increasing levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, the greenhouse gases that lead the atmosphere to warm, and that leads to the increase of the temperature of the water. But also there is something very important too, which is the issue of acidification. 1/4 of the CO2 that is in the atmosphere acidifies the water, the ocean waters, and it has major consequences on the terrestrial environment. Like, for example, storms, which you can see here on the right-hand side, in the example. So the as the water of the oceans become warmer, we have more storms, and that impacts more in the lives of human beings and causes health problems too. Here, I divided into some aspects in two examples of consequences that can happen to the marine environment and examples of consequences to human health too. So there is a connection between these two consequences, and I'm going to wrap up with with the consequences in education. So the consequences to the marine health, uh, first, the first would be the difficulty to calcify the skeletons that have shells, like for example, corals, shells, so like planktons, marine planktons, that there is a big part of it that is calcified and it's important in the food chain, corals and mollusks, which are the shells basically, and also the calcarean algae too, which I didn't remember to put here, but they are also very important. On the other hand, the rise of the temperature of the ocean waters causes other effects. So each organism has a temperature, has a minimum, a range of temperature that it can support, minimum and maximum. And this increase causes psychological changes, reproduction impacts. So this will either die or will have to migrate somehow to other regions, to other cooler regions. And this impact is very huch in for biodiversity, right? And for the Darian process. Also, there is the growth of pathogens. Uh, for example, in the case of corals, they become sick. And there are more specific things like the whitening of the corals, which is something very important because corals, they lose an algae that lives within it. And when the temperature rises, this algae is lost. And this algae is fundamental for the nutrition of these corals. So when they become white because of the lack of this algae, they also die. So this is another process related to temperature, to the rise of temperature. In addition, there are several other factors like, the melting of the ice. So the water movement, ocean water movement. So we start to have more storms, more swells, uh, the turbidity of the ocean water increases, uh, and with that, the organisms that live in the water, like plankton, will not be able to do photosynthesis because there won't be light coming in, and a series of other mm, bad consequences. Here are only some examples. You know, they are there are several courses that approach this subject. Well, as a consequence for human health, the most obvious thing is the reduction of fishing that is related to nutrition for to especially the communities that live near the ocean are dependent on this as an activity, as an economic activity, and also for nutrition, and that will lead to several nutritional problems and social problems too, because it has an economic impact for those who depend on these organisms to live. So there is a decrease in the quality of life, for example, and can lead even to problems of psychological health. Here I put other consequences, direct consequences. here we have the problem of the commitment of the ocean water with human pathogens being more developed with feces and the red oceans that are accumulation of algae that are very toxic. And then when people get in touch with this kind of water, they have health problems due to that. So this is just an overall idea, just the first thought for us to start with. And I would like to wrap up with this slide because this slide is 10 years old, you know. So this been happening for a long time already. It's in the region of the Caribbean, where these areas are very severely committed. Here is a healthy coral. Here is a coral that was attacked by a virus that was related to the heating of the ocean water. And here is the consequence of this heating, of this warmer waters. So here you have several examples of the heating of the waters attacking the corals. So in addition, if they are not already compromised, the skeleton of this organism will be attacked too. So these are factors that get together to compromise ocean lives and human health as a consequence. So this is what I had to share with you. Now I am going to give the floor to the person that came from further away. Andres is a marine biologist. He is principal of the University of Magallanes, that is in the south of South America, in Terra do Fogo. And I think that I would like to listen to him to tell me everything that he knows about that region, because that is a very rich region. And he conducted a work and a study that is great in the and that he has disclosed all this information in the region of Chile and in other parts of the world. So I'll give you the floor. So I thank you for your invitation. That we are all friends. We are all long-term friends. I'm very happy to be here with you discussing a topic that is very complex and that needs to be discussed and approached in a collective way, because there are different lines of thoughts and different focus. I am going to focus my presentation on the region of Magalhães, and I'm going to mix a little bit Portuguese and Spanish. So I'm going to share, and if I'm not able to share it, I sent my presentation to Flavio so he can help me. Please just tell me if you can see my presentation. Okay. And please let me know when it's about time for me to wrap up, because I usually forget. And well, first, I want to show you the place where we are working at. It's a subantarctic region, Magallanes, and the Antarctic continent. It's one of the few regions in the world that has low anthropic impact, and that is considered a natural laboratory, a soldier to use the effects of climate changes. We know that this place has no parallel in the world. is the south of the south, and is the place that is closest to the Antarctica. So any problems that happens in Magalhães can influence the Antarctic continent. And and then we face the problem of the migrations from Magalhães to Antarctica. Understanding that the currents are weaker and weaker, and the warmth makes this migration and distribution of the species from Magalhães to Antarctica easier, especially regarding algae, but some crustaceans too. This region is also very important in Magalhães due to the large reserves of kelps. And kelps can be used in several aspects, for such as fertilizers, such as supplement for salmon, to feed shrimps, or as input too. And the commercialization of kelps has not yet been authorized. And then kelps are being protected with a lot of social pressure, especially from the entrepreneurs. And we had to prepare a newsletter showing the importance to biodiversity as a whole. So everybody in Magalhães are ecosystem engineers, and they are very important in the creation of biodiversity. So they are umbrella species that are very important to capture CO2. This has not been evaluated, and I think that we have a gap there, because we need to quantify how much is the capture in this region, and how much all the world should be interested in preserving these forests that are true submarine forests. And also we have discussed with Paulo about the dispersion of the species all over the place, especially to Antarctica, and the new populations that can be found in the south of Brazil. These species are, like I said, are important for the food chain.
Here we have another type of seaweed, and there's more than one species of this kind in Magallanes. So in this region, we also see processes happening, and they're not fully known. We have just published a paper on this process with the Lawsonia seaweed type, and then I may submit to you. So whenever we discuss a planetary health, we have to know how to use the species for the well-being of the population without losing sight of the role of such species in the health of the ecosystems. Another seaweed that is important, that is Chicachina scoverde. It's very much important around the world, and it's very much used as a bait for crabs. And we are developing studies to study this seaweed to repopulate the natural populations that could be collected regardless of their reproduction periods. So these are joint initiatives that should be worked on with the fishermen, the business community, the universities, and the state. At this point in time, we are working at the laboratories and at the universities only. So the forum proposition should be promoting joint actions with the many stakeholders, as for example, the ones that I mentioned there. Something else that is very much important and that we should take into account in the health of the ecosystems and in the health of society is the consumption of the micro seaweeds. That's a book that we published together with a chef of the region to use this subantarctic seaweed because they are antioxidants. They're a good source of antioxidants. They're adapted to the stress of light, to the stress of temperature, the photo stress. So they could be a source of healthy diets. So when you transfer this knowledge, we are able to rescue the forefathers' identity, the indigenous people, the identity of the indigenous people. And then you also have the alternative of using these resources when other resources are limited. So the fishermen, the crafts fishermen have other alternatives when other sources are limited. So it also has to do with the social economics of the peoples. It improves the health of the population and it also encourages tourism. We do have many Japanese and Eastern tourists. They like seaweeds and they're very much interested in trying other products other than the Eastern sushi that they do quite well. So we can innovate in gastronomy that will enhance the potential of the tourism, especially in regions in which we don't have a massive tourism. And today, because of the pandemic, perhaps these are the most demanded places. Well, this diet based on seaweed will strengthen tourism and will also deliver new new drugs for the laboratories. So the natural laboratories perhaps will exist in the future. Well, perhaps it's the last place where we are going to retrieve the drugs that we need. So the university has been working in the biomedicine center and the biomedicine center that is based this is based on the study of the bioprospection and the biodiversity in the sub-Antarctica and in the other Antarctica area. So this is all based in the Magalhães population, and we deal with obesity, hypertension, Parkinson's disease, among others. So here we can see some of the properties of the seaweeds. That's not the core topic of my talk here. Although it is a reserved region with a low anthropic impact, we have the vulnerability of the salmon fish farms. So Chile is famous for producing salmon, and it's also famous for affecting the ecosystems. Well, this happened in the Andine lakes first, but then Chiloé, the Andean lakes were contaminated, so the fish farming went to the Magallanes region, and there's many problems, and it has to do with reducing the biodiversity. We also increase the flow of nitrogen and phosphorus in the system. There are many papers addressing this. The garbage, the plastics, it's incredible because these are multinational companies usually with Chilean partners. And then when profit comes to an end, they go away and leave contamination behind. And it stays there for a long time. antibiotic, excessive use of antibiotics, and also the loss of salmons or the exodus. That's endemic. So we have been studying it in the biosphere in this region. Some species do not stay. There are very few species because they have been eaten by the salmons that uh, dash away, and they are quite aggressive. We also have issue with the red tide, the nutrients, because it may affect not only the health of the ecosystems, but also the resources of the fishermen and the health of people. Well, the invasive species, that's a quite symbolic case. The invasion of Fison from Argentina, it crossed the canal and now it affects not only the marine species, but also the birds. There are no predators, there are no natural enemies, so they stay on the ground. So Mison will come and eat the eggs of these species. Many of the species are part of an entire chain because, of course, they take part in migrations around the world and in Latin America. A micro seaweed, something that we also see going from Magallanes to Antarctica. There's something else that is quite positive that we may address. For example, the work to improve certain routes. In the case of these animals, the urchids, to be able to give the chance to repeople the management areas. So by means of our research, by means of our study, we believe that we can do that, repopulate. We also have the marine parks and the reserved areas. We saw two examples of the biosphere reserve, the marine park Diego Ramirez from 2018. So we have used this management plan. So we are sure that all of the recommendations for the park are followed. There's also the long-term oversight system. They have to be monitored over time so that we can have a series of historical data that can issue alerts on how the ecosystems are working. Conservation goals, plans, and we are studying the effects of the glacier stepping back. So many tons of fresh water in this case go into the marine ecosystem, affecting diversity. So we are studying that both in Magallanes and in Antarctica. Thank you, and sorry if I'm late. Oh, you were perfect. You saved 1 minute, actually. Quite nice talk. Thank you so much. It's a highly preserved region, but we can see that even in such regions, we face issues, right? So let me now talk to the person who's the farthest. Paulo, Paulo Horta. Paulo Horta. He's a professor at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Paulo is one of the best ecologists in Brazil. He's a marine ecologist. He's a taxonomist as well. And he knows Brazil from end to end. And he's also familiar with Andres's region. He has vast experience and a broad perspective on Brazil. On to you, Paulo. Thank you, Flavio. Thank you, Andres. It's a pleasure to see you again. Quite nice to see my friends. Can you all hear me? Yep. Well, we're not live. We're not there. It's a shame so that he can call me Ortolino. And so here we are. We want to share a little bit of science and handle our mission to inform and publicize as much as possible everything that we have, the best that we have. Can you see the presentation? Yes? Nice and clear. So let's get down to work. Today, I'm going to talk to you about this attempt. It's an attempt to enable everyone to reflect on the need, the irrevocable need of humankind to consider that there is no such thing as human health that is independent from what's happening with the planet. So after so many experiences, and this have left many marks in our history, so perhaps this one is the one that's filled with a great deal of information. There's much science in here, and perhaps a planetary outlook regarding the consequences of the unhealthiness. So the loss of our health results in a pandemic. So as of the provocation by Professor Flavio, I'll try to abandon our Florianopolis perspective because we live in an island here, and then addressing the planetary perspective. Part of the results that I'm going to show are results of this project, an internationalization project, which I coordinate, and we've had the engagement of colleagues from Santa Catarina, from all around Brazil, but also from different regions of the country, showing the planetary perspective that we should be having. So you might have visited the Santa Catarina Island or the island of Membipi, as it was known by the origin peoples that lived here millions of years ago, much before the Portuguese who arrived here. Very well. This is our nice, beautiful island of Santa Catarina. In spite of all of its attributes, in spite of being an environment that depends on being healthy to support its economy, because tourism, fishing, and bird raising represents many of the opportunities of jobs and employment that we see here. But even so, it seems that we are not attentive to such interrelations. For decades, we have completely ignored it. Well, it seems there is an abyss after the beaches, and everything that we throw in this black abyss is going to be dissolved eternally. But what we have observed in the last decades is quite the other way around. The lack of planning, the lack of basic sanitation. Oh, well, the occupation of the coastal areas will actually lead to a process that will change the quality of water. It will lead to the loss of health of the bays of the islands of Santa Catarina. So this process that you see, that's the downtown, and everything drains to a sewage treatment station that cannot handle the entire volume. So there are pathogens, of course, that are dispersed in our beaches. And this is proven year on year, increasingly more intensive. So the bathability is lost. And we have E. coli in the beaches of Florianopolis. And there we do find many other pathogens, the cholera is found there too, the cholera microorganism. So this has to do with collective health and with human health. So thinking about the health of the environment, and then we make this analysis, and Professor Andres was talking about this. We need to monitor the environment, and then Rebentos is promoting that throughout Brazil. And here in Florianopolis, we do have our farms for oversight and monitoring. And this has shown us that over the last few years, some evidences of warming have been seen. And as this happens, this is followed by increased populations. Cities are growing, there's migration. As of 2008, that's an important milestone for the planet. As of 2008, we have more human beings living in cities than in the rural areas and the fields. So this movement can be seen here in Santa Catarina state, and more specifically in Florianopolis city. Well, based on that, the concentrations of a nutrient that results from the mineralization of the organic matter that happens as we do the conventional sewer treatment, as we do, have the sewer in the natural environment. So the activity of bacteria and fungi releases phosphorus, and the dissolved phosphorus in the water will drastically increase as of 2010. That's when we have systematic variations of temperature. And as of 2010, the oxygen concentrations start to go down. They go down so much so that in the last summer, the summer of 2020, the summer of the pandemic, as a coincidence, that this is when we first saw a dead zone in the central region of the island of Santa Catarina. Well, the postal card of our island is tarnished by this terrible mark. Low concentrations of dissolved oxygen in the ocean waters that makes the existence of life unfeasible. That is, from the wealth of species that these environments, these submerged environments had, that they were able to host, it vanishes as the population grows, as the global warming consolidates. So we have these environments that are not diverse, and this diversity will truly be limited to microscopic organisms, to bacteria that will decompose the organic matter. And these were the organisms that colonized the planet before we had a more complex life, like billions of years ago. So truly, when we compare the central part of the island to the outer borders, the biodiversity differences are quite clear. So we have more than twice, depending on the environment, depending on the group, we have more than twice the wealth of places in preserved regions, much more than in inner, urbanized, more polluted regions. So this problem that we see here locally is a problem that is present regionally. It impacts fishing, tourism, and the craftsman use of the natural resources. So here on the right corner of your image, you will see this remarkable moment in our island. That was 2016. So virtually all of the beaches that are known by the tourists or by the Brazilian population, overall speaking, all of the beaches were closed because of seaweed, Nophysis acuminata. So that's a symptom, I would say. That's a symptom of the pandemic, the wasting of the environmental health that is spread all around the world, and it's not different here. It's closed, 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 closed. All of the beaches were committed with the populational growth of these small seaweeds, and they caused a huge economic loss, and they also caused the social loss. Something else that we have to pay attention to when we deal with the health of our planet is the mental health, right? The mental health, our mental health. those who have, cultures in the ocean.
that depends a lot on this environment. I'm talking about the pickers of bivalves or bird vivant. That is a small shell that is on the sand, and it has a very important cultural importance. And he has gone through a very difficult period, and that uh, caused a lot of problems to these groups. These pickers are the one of the most vulnerable communities that live by the sea, such as the just like the pandemic is mobilizing us to think, how can we do it differently? If we look at a broader context, at a national context, what we're developing is repeating itself. Brazil has this huge hydrographic base, and they are all being deeply compromised. Here, if we look at the south of Brazil, in the south cone of Brazil, it's not exactly Uruguay, but if we look at, we see that the Plata River that reaches the south of Brazil, if we see all this surface that is going to end up in Rio da Plata, that surrounds, that encompasses all the Brazilian corn belt. So the most productive areas in terms of soy, beans, corn, with all this erosion process, with all the pesticides, the poisons that are used, this has all been drained for decades to this single region, for this point in Latin America. And obviously, this is spreading and causing chronic consequences that we don't know yet in terms of biodiversity. But we have some suspicions. And the same way, if we go all the way down to Santa Catarina in Brazil, it looks like we ignore our hydrographic basins base, and then we see that we have a black hole where we can put this contaminants as if they had no consequences. I can imagine after this fire in Pantanal what might be happening to the surface, in all that sanctuary region for the sylvester life. So this shows that this is being impacted by several stressors. So if I synthesize the global and local stressors, including fishing, the draining of the surface, the agrotoxics, agro derivatives, the impacts on of the marine mining, and all this, we see that all Brazilian coast has areas that are compromised and highly impacted. And that means that the health of the system is going to become more fragile. And consequently, human health is always also going to become more fragile too. So our this destruction that we're causing, and this lack of actions is related to this robust planetary system. But what I want you to think is that if we have a planet that is huge, that has millions of square meters of surface and miles of diameter, we have a biosphere that conceives life that goes from 10 kilometers deep into the ocean all the way to 10 kilometers high, so, and from the deepest parts we have only 10 kilometers, and that means that what we're doing while I'm talking, what I'm saying, 6 words here, we're burning millions of barrels of oil, millions of tons and tons of coal. And that shows a little bit our capacity to generate pollution in, to our planet. And this capacity that has been represented here is what is related to this cumulative impact of human attitudes in all the extension of our planets. And you see that our oceans, most of them, especially in the coast, especially on the coastal area, are all compromised somehow. So what we've been observing is the disappearance of the forests that Brazil has under the water. You know, the same way that we've been discussing in the Brazilian press, the fires in the Amazon, the deforestation in the Amazon, fire in the Cerrado, in Pantanal, all these aggressions that we've been watching in all the terrestrial biomes, they've been happening too under the water, you know, in the submerged systems. And just to show you, for you to see, is that over the 30, 40 years, there is a huge decrease. This analysis has been conducted in São Paulo, Santa Catarina, Espírito Santo, showing that it's not a local problem, it is a problem for real, and we need to face it as, from the point of view of governance, as a national problem. And just like we've seen in the last season, the congregation of all this impacts, and we had a very an extremely polluted environment. We saw the heat that invaded Florianopolis, the heat in the south and southern region of Brazil. So this is the reflection of a blue Amazon that is sick. You know, we are in front of a like a it's like it's collapsed. You know, like it's our system is in intensive care, you know, and I don't know how long, until when the science will not be able to find the tipping point for this, you know. But the fact is that we've been identifying year after year a very clear diagnosis of a decline of the functionalities of the system. So uh, Brazil as a whole has been developing several uh, alternatives. So the first thing to do is to identify the areas and preserve what's left of biodiversity. You know, what's important in social and ecological terms needs to be preserved. So this is a work that Rafael has been conducting. We can preserve all this that is in orange, or at least this that you see in red, or all these areas that were identified as prioritary by IBAMA some years ago. The important thing is that all these areas, they have services and things that are important for our health. Since the identification of carbon dioxide and all the other things that have been identified in this region, they are all related to food, to human beings. So if we have healthy communities, we will have social, more resilient and social, and a more resilient planet and society. So what we can consider is that the planet, we have trillions that are produced annually. Okay, so this okay, I but these trillions need to be converted into social well-being, into ecologic sustainability, and we are working on a solution that are solutions based on algae, because they've been here for billions of years and they have learned a lot with with this planet, and that they can create like a break, like an ABS break, because and I think that this algae can be this break, you know, for us not to go downhill. So, and then we will have really a blue economy that is attached to the health, to the environmental health. And I would like also to just before I finish, to mention a project that was launched by IEA, which is the Guide of Sustainable Cities. I think that it is there beginning in on the basis that we can find the solutions we are looking for. Thank you, everybody, and sorry for taking so long. Paulo, thank you very much.
Complementar a sua palestra, mas foi
I'm sorry that I had
eu acho que você tocou num
to
ponto muito
interrupt
importante,
your
um ponto
speech, but
que a
it
gente não
was
conseguiu
you
estar
had a
conectando
very
no
incredible
início,
emphasis,
talvez
and you
por
touched on
os fatores locais também
critical
que
points,
se juntam aos
and
fatores
also
globais.
when you mentioned
Bom,
the factors
nessa
that come
sequência,
together
nós
with
estamos,
the global
e agora nós
factors.
chegamos na
So
terceira,
according to distance,
terceira
now
palavra,
we're the next one
doutora
is Priscilla. Priscilla is an oceanographer,
por muitos anos, e
physicist,
tem uma grande experiência,
and
então, nessa
she has large
qualificação
experience
da mão na
in the
massa, quer dizer,
management
fica
of
e
hands-on work
uma visão um pouco, talvez, mais
and a
local do que
more
Paulo,
local vision than
também não
Paulo,
tão local, porque ela abrange
and
mais a toda
maybe
a
not so
Ubatuba, os
local
problemas
because it
associados, problemas
encompasses the region of
ecológicos e
Ubatuba and
ambientais.
social
Então,
problems and
eu deixo
ecological
para a
and economic
Priscila levar essa
problems.
palavra toda.
Priscilla, I'll give you the floor.
Obrigada, Flávio. Bom, boa
Thank
tarde
you,
a todos.
Flavio. Good afternoon, everyone.
Queria agradecer ao
First, I
Flávio
would
pelo
like to
convite
thank
de estar
Flavio
aqui com vocês, de poder
for the
contribuir um
invitation of
pouquinho
being here
em relação ao tema aí, né, em relação ao
to
oceano, né,
discuss
e
this
também
topic,
no que tange aí o estado da
to
São
the
Paulo,
ocean,
né,
to
principalmente
the
no litoral
marine
norte.
environments, and also
Agradeço
about the
assim
state of São
a
Paulo
pessoal que
and
organiza
focusing
todo o
on the
evento
North
e
Shore.
parabenizaá-los
Thank
por
people that are
temática,
organizing this event and
né,
congratulate to
nos termos aqui
include this
tratados. Eu acho que
topic in the approach.
a fala aí que o Paulo trouxe, eu gostei bastante de
What
ouvir
Paulo said,
e
I think it was
eu acho
very
que
interesting
reforça aí o quanto é importante
because it
esse ambiente
reinforces
cada vez mais
how
estar nas
important
nossas
this
pautas de
environment
discussão, né?
is, and it's
Ambiente que
becoming
a
more
gente
and more
leva sempre
present in our
bastante, né?
agendas. Of
A
course,
gente
that
não,
the
nós
terrestrial
que estamos mais
environment comes
habituados com esse
first,
ambiente, a gente tem um pouquinho mais
but we
de
that are more
conhecimento,
used
mas quando
to
a gente
the ocean
observa
environment, we have a little bit more knowledge. But when we look at society as a whole, we see
saudar o
that
pessoal que está aqui nessa
it's
mesa de
not the
discussão,
first
né?
thing.
O
But
André, o
so it's
Flávio, o Paulo,
interesting.
a Zuza,
I
todos
want
que
to
estão
greet
aí presentes
everybody
nesse
that's
momento.
here.
Então, primeiramente, assim, a
So
minha
first of
apresentação e Paulo
all,
tem bastante
my
conexão,
presentation
porque
and
realmente
Paulo's are
eu
pretty
venho
much
mais
connected,
esse recorte mais focado no
uh,
estado de São Paulo.
but I only focus more on the
Mas
state
quando
of
a gente
São
traz aqui
Paulo.
para o planeta Terra,
When
né, essa
we
questão
look at the
do
planet
ponto
Earth,
azul, do planeta azul,
the
a gente
blue
tem 71%
planet,
da superfície que é
we
composta
have
pelos oceanos, né?
71% of the
Você vai
surface
observar aí
that
todos os continentes aí, então
is
fica
made
muito
of the
mais
oceans,
claro
right?
da importância, né,
So I
que é
think that
esse
this
meio
shows a little
ambiente.
bit more
Então,
clearly
como eu
the
falei, acho que a
importance of this
preocupação
environment. And when we look
mundialmente, né, aqui a gente destaca o
uh,
Brasil,
to
é possível
the
notar também que a maioria da população ela se encontra nessa
population, we
região
can see
costeira
that
aí do Atlântico,
largest
né,
part of the
perto da
population
fronteira
is
africana, de certa forma.
more
A, a população como um todo
is
depende
the
tanto
number is
direta quanto
bigger closer
indiretamente
to
dos
this
recursos
coastal area,
que
so the
são provenientes
population
desse
impacts
ambiente.
directly or indirectly
E quando a gente olha
in
para
the
ele,
resources
o que
that
a gente
come from
sabe a
this
respeito
environment. And
do
when we
que,
look at it, what do
que
we know about
sabemos,
it?
né? O que sabemos ainda é muito rudimentar.
The little that
A
we
pauta
know,
em si também ela é pouco tratada
and
e
the
a gente
agenda is not
precisa
approached
tocar
very
ele cada
much,
vez com
and
mais ênfase.
that's why it needs to have more and more emphasis. This because
Está conectado com uma
this
série de
environment is
serviços que é
connected
ofertado
with
para
several
nossa
services
população de
that
forma
are
geral, né?
offered to our
Então, a
population as a
população do
whole.
planeta, alguns que estão relacionados mais como o fornecimento de alimento, de
And
matéria-prima
some
para
are more
outras
related
questões,
to
né? Eu acho que o Andrés
providing
aqui
food and input.
apresentou bem na
And I
palestra
think that
dele, né?
André has
A
approached
gente
this
também
very
tem o
properly
fornecimento
already.
como
And we
regulador, né?
have
Como
this in
uma
mind as a
pauta
regulator.
importante
So it's a
mundialmente, a gente
big
fala
agenda a big topic when we talk about climate changes and climate crisis. Of course, that the ocean, the marine environment has a very important role in this topic. And we have also those support services, but we have also those cultural services that are connected with recreative activities, educational activities, and even spiritual activities. Who has never heard about Iemanjá? So when we look to the marine environment, we cannot, fail to connect it to everything else and how much this is important to our society because this is connected. Like Paulo said, in terms of psychological health, when we are really able to use all the services, this also brings some quality of life and a well-being that's very significant, so we have to be attentive. We have to pay attention to understand until when this environment will be able to do that. And with that, I invite you to watch a very quick video so that we feel what it is when we connect with this environment.
Traz uma sensação
It brings us a calm sensation. We can even breathe better when we do this connection with with nature, right? Bye.
Especially the marine environment. There is a saying, let's salt the soul to sweeten the heart. The best remedy is brine to calm down and to balance our mental health, to reduce the stress. There's so many good things, right? So we truly need to pay more attention to this environment. We do have previous studies showing how much the natural environments are super powerful for the mental balance, the mindfulness for, and the pandemic really reinforced that idea. That is how much such environments are important. So let me urge you to pay more attention to that. Look into our day-to-day and our economic system. The figures, the charts that Paulo was showing and how much it changes every second, we are accountable for all of that and things that we have done to contribute. So when we look into the environment and we think about the activities, there are many impacts that may happen. We have industrial fishing and what it represents for the ecosystem, the fishing, more craftsman fishing, the amateur fishing, capturing the large species. The sanitation here in Ubatuba, we have 14% of our sanitation system implemented. Then in the high season, when the floating population grows fourfold, quadruples. So what that means in this territory. In the last summer here, those who work with maritime tourism, they had issues, they had skin issues, they were crumbling apart because of issues related to sanitation. The garbage and the impacts that it causes, visually speaking, and on the fauna, on the flora, the ghost fishing, as they call it, spontaneous tourism. There's high impact on the ecosystems as well, where people go to. They go there to do tourism. And the impact for the human being, what are they looking for in such environments? And what can they find? The erosion of the coastal line, the oil industry that, of course, it lives side by side with the exotic species. This climate change that we are facing, and we talked about this, and then we have the whitening of the coral reefs, and it has to do with the coastal line as well. So when we look into all of that, we see that this environment is important to us. There are many benefits, right? But there are many activities that we carry out, and if they're not well thought of, they will have their impact. So how can we handle all that? I think that both Andreas and Paulo mentioned this. The protected maritime areas is a way forward. Well, there are things that much broader. Climate change is a good example of that. And here in the state of São Paulo, we have a mosaic of protected, reserved maritime areas. We have the cities, the state sphere, and the federal sphere. So 53% of the São Paulo ocean is protected by the polygons in red that you can see in the map. And then within that region, in the coastal zone, we have the full protection zones. They're usually parks, but we do have some ecological stations. This whole set of units and working in a very integrated and supplementary fashion, they can, contribute to the protection of the many environments that we see here. We see the swamp areas, the rocks, and so many other areas. And with that, we may protect our biodiversity from the micro species to the macro species. And as an example, we have the state park of Anchieta Island. I've been leading the unit for 6 years. There's much to be said about this, but I'm not going to take a deep dive. The unit was created in 1977 with 828 hectares, so the territory is well defined. It is the entire island, as we can see. And what's interesting about this is that there is a whole gradient of protection. So around it, we have a fishing banning polygon. So tourism and sailing are authorized, but fishing and the extraction of the natural resources is not allowed. And then after this line, we have the northern coastal area. So this gradient condition helps us so that we may protect the island all around it, the perimeter of the island. Of course, Paulo talked about very important points, especially when we look into the figures and we look into the basal data. So we don't have the recent data on the surrounding of the island. When we look more broadly, therefore, by observing in our dive operations and in some research, we have representatives of major groups. So the trophic web is quite interesting. and it is in line with the degree of protection. So we find sponges. As far as fishes, we have herbivorous fishes of many size. We have small fishes such as manjuba, sardines. These are types of fish that you don't see anywhere in our coastal zone. And connected to that, we also have uh, predators of marlin fish, different kinds of turtles, cetaceans, and even some whales. Well, even so, we do have some challenges to be tackled or remediated. They were mentioned before in the other speeches, and I think tourism is one of them. People really look for what we see in the top images, but sometimes they find the images that we see in the middle. So we really need to work to have organized tourism so that everything happens as we see below, in a way that we may ensure the soundness, the health of such environments, but also, you know, ensuring the well-being of the visitors so that they have their expectations met whenever they go to Anchieta Island. So here we have the natural water tank. They go there to see marine life, but with so much material and suspension, there is turbidity in the water. The organisms eventually are ruptured, so their expectations are not met. So after organizing better, we reached a whole different organization. So we improved the environment and we improved the tourism as well. Another challenge is, exotic species as the coral reef that we call sol. So we have all of the red dots here along the coast. This is where we found the coral reef. Here we have Saco da Aroeira up high, connecting to P8, a more significant amount that you can see in the last picture in the lower right. That's the reef that we have there. So it's a challenge to deal with that. Today, the management that we use is not effective, and it's a way to try and remediate the issue. So the whitening of the reefs, that's a picture from 2017. That's a year in which the water was very warm. And a more recent picture of 2020. So we had in 2017, you can see the widening rate, which is much more intense than today. This varies year on year. Well, we don't have a faithful monitoring to speak about this more clearly, but it oscillates year on year. That's what we see. And in this case, we don't have significant losses. As Paulo said, well, up until when is it not going to be significant? We don't know. Our actions are to be taken now so that we may reverse the scenario in this ecosystem. That's what I had to say, Flavio. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Priscila, obrigado. Eu achei muito interessante essa conexão com a saúde mental, né? Acho que
Well, very nice. It's deeply connected with the mental health.
um ritmo diferente. Eu acho que essas
Well,
conexões, isso tem uma conexão clara com a educação
Well,
ambiental
this
e a
is
educação
directly
social.
connected with the environmental education and education overall speaking. It's a bit of a different world, a more reassuring, calmer world that will bring about different results.
Eu estava correndo muito, agora não, tem que
I
voltar
was
agora.
rushing and now I have to go slowly.
Obrigado, Priscila. Vou
Thank you,
passar
Priscilla.
para o Alex Torra.
I'll turn it over to Alex
O
Tura.
Alex,
So, Alex
o Turra,
Tura,
se vocês preferirem,
or Tuha as he's
ele é
called,
o doutor Alexander Turra,
Dr.
do
Alexander
oceanografo.
Tura from the
Ele
Oceanographic Institute.
é
So
oceanógrafo,
he's
biólogo
an
marinho,
ocean expert,
marinho,
marine
cientista,
biologist,
melhor
marine
a profissão
ecologist,
do Alex.
but his
foi na
biggest
gestão.
contribution was in
A gestão
management.
se manifesta de várias maneiras,
Management
desde a
in
criação
several
de rede
areas,
de monitoramento
from the creation of an oversight
daqueles
network
habitats a nível do Brasil,
for the habitats all
programar
around
os
Brazil,
estudiosos
bringing together most of the
do Brasil,
ecologists in the marine environment in Brazil,
até a gestão
up
pública
to
mesmo,
public
de
management itself
Brasília e outros níveis. Então, é um papel muito importante, mas
for the
muito
islands
diferente,
and other areas. So he has a different angle,
muito com a visão do
which
André,
is very close to
uma visão que
our
parece ainda
friend's
ser da
vision.
gestão pública,
But he
que
does have
é
experience in the public
especial no
management
Brasil.
sector here in Brazil. That's
Tem
very
um
special.
trabalho que eu queria destacar que é
And
fantástico.
his work that is
Eu
fantastic
deixo
that I would like to highlight.
o Torra, mas eu
It
acho que
really
vale a pena
overloads Mr.
dividir
Tura, but I think it's
bastante.
worth his while. Thank you. On to you, Tura. Thank you,
Obrigado. É um
Flavio.
prazer
Thank
estar
you. It's a pleasure to be
grande
here.
amigo,
A
pessoa
great
extremamente
friend,
generosa,
Flavio,
sensível
very
e
generous
tem
and
caráter
sensitive person,
acolhedor tremendo, né?
a
Isso a
welcoming
gente vê aí
person.
nas suas
And
várias
this is
ações,
surely
inclusive
reflected
essa
in the many
construção que
actions
você
that
vem
you
fazendo
carry
aqui
out,
no Parque Nacional
including
da Anchieta,
this development that you have been doing in the Anchieta
acaba
Park
se
for a
materializando aí na
long time.
apresentação da Priscila. Então, você é um pouco
So
culpado
this
por ter visto, né,
materialized in
Priscila?
Priscilla's presentation. So
Flávio tem esse
Priscilla, perhaps you
papel,
were spared
né,
by
de
that.
cativar e de
So he
conduzir.
has
Então, para mim
this
é um prazer
role
tê-lo
of
aqui, não só como minha
captivating
família,
and
meu vizinho,
further
né, a Priscila
developing.
aqui, uma parceira
Priscilla's been my
fantástica,
partner,
demais.
fantastic
O
partner. I
meu
really admire her
grande
work.
Ortolino, né, o Paulo Horta,
My great
né, e
friend Ortolino,
uma,
Paulo Horta.
juntos ninguém nos aguenta em termos dos trocadilhos insanos,
So
né?
nobody can put up with us because of our puns. Yeah, you were provoking me. So among the characteristics that Tuha has, he has many qualities, and one of them that is that he's not grumpy or stubborn. That could be Tuha in Portuguese. So he's not
E
stubborn
Andrés, que fazia muito tempo que eu
or
não via,
hard-headed. And Andrea,
muito bom revê-lo.
very nice to
Prazer
see you, Andrea,
estar
again.
aqui
Pleasure to have you here with us,
nessa temática. Eu
discussing
posso
this
dizer que
theme.
as
What I may
falas que
say
vocês fizeram foram
is
muito
that your
interessantes,
interventions were highly important
abrangente
and they were very
e
comprehensive
completa o tema, né?
and thorough to
Eu
cover
gostaria
this
só de
topic.
adicionar algumas
So
coisas
I would
sobre
just
esse
like to
ponto,
add a few
para a gente
points
poder amarrar, né,
so that we
esses
can,
elementos
you
e
know,
dar algumas
tie up
provocações.
all of the elements and
Então, a primeira coisa
release
é
some
a
provocations as
de
well.
homeostase, né?
First, homeostasis.
Esses dias eu estava falando
So
que
these days,
um sinônimo para estar no bico do corvo,
a
então,
synonym to
versão
be
popular,
on
né,
the
é
verge of
estar no limite
dying
da homeostase.
is to be on the limit of your
E o planeta,
homeostasis.
muitas vezes a gente
And the
está,
planet
mas
sometimes
a gente
is,
está
and we are.
aí no limite da homeostase.
So
E a
the
homeostase é
planet is
quando
on the limit of
alguém, de
hemostasis.
repente,
So
né,
you're doing
você
well, and all of a
está
sudden,
morto, né?
you're
Você
dead.
ultrapassou
That's
o seu limite
hemostasis.
de
You exceeded
tolerância
your
para
limits, your
de algum
tolerance
fator
limit
ambiental ou de
for
alguma
any
questão de
environmental
doença,
factor, or
a
your
sua
resistance to a
capacidade de controlar a
certain
temperatura do
disease,
corpo, enfim.
or your
O
capacity to
planeta é a
control the
mesma
body's
coisa.
temperature. And
Mas,
likewise for the
né,
planet.
e aí que vem a ideia do
The
tipping
same
point,
goes for
né?
the
Que o
planet. So
sistema
there
global,
comes
ele
the idea
pode,
of
por
tipping
exemplo, ter
point.
uma
The
mudança,
global
ele pode dar
system
uma
will
queda,
undergo
morrendo, como o Paulo
shifts.
mostrou na
So
zona
it
morta,
dies,
mas
as
ele
Paulo
pode realmente ter
showed,
uma
the dead
mudança
zone,
na forma
but
como
the
como
planet
ele
can
funciona.
change
E
its
isso pode ser
organization and its
possivelmente
functioning,
irreversível.
and
A gente
that
está
can be
falando de um
irreversible.
conceito assim,
So
e o
we are talking
conceito,
about a
e como o Paulo
concept
vem
like that.
trabalhando,
And
ele
as
vem,
Paulo has been
ele vem
explaining to
associado à
us,
ideia de
this
múltiplos estressores.
concept
Isso é
is
muito evidente na ciência.
associated to the
Existem
multiple
vários estressores que
stressors.
vão reduzir
So
a
we
nossa
have many
capacidade de
stressing
lidar
agents that
com
reduce our
novos
capability to
acontecimentos.
deal with the new
E é por
stressing
isso que
agents
é
and the new
fundamental a gente
changes.
ter um
So
ambiente
fundamentally, we should
um
have
ambiente
this
que tenha
healthy
que
environment,
esteja menos
an
suscetível, menos
environment that is less
exposto a esses
susceptible,
estressores.
less
E essas são as
exposed to
unidades de
the
conservação.
stressors. And these
Então,
are the
essas
conservation
unidades de
units. So
conservação
it's fundamental to have the
são aqueles
conservation
espaços
units
que
because
atuam
there
para
we'll find a
adaptação às mudanças do
space
clima em termos
to
evolutivos,
promote
e
adaptation to
levar
the
a
climate
formação de
changes,
condições
evolutionarily speaking,
adversidades
and this
com
may happen. So
específicas
if we have
eficazes
no
para esse
such
relacionamento.
environments,
Mas é
these
claro que no
buffer
caso da
zones,
Anchieta agora,
the
ele já
situation is going
acontece
to
com a
be even
gente.
more dramatic. So
Vamos ver o
that's
que
a
vai
very
acontecer
important
aí atrás.
concept.
E
The
aí,
other
como você
important
mesmo
concept
falou,
that I wanted to address is the
né,
social ecological
que o
system. It was
oceano
very clear in your interventions that the ocean is a social
ele é um
ecological
observador do futuro,
entity. We cannot
espectador,
look at the ocean
né?
as
E
a
é interessante
spectator only.
lembrar que
I wrote an article a while ago
sempre
whose title was
do voyeurismo
Ocean
ambiental
Studies,
ao
from
protagonismo
environmental
social.
voyeurism
Não
to
adianta só olhar.
the key role, the leading role in the social arena. So there's no use just realizing that it's warming up. We have to see that and promote transformations, transformations by means of public policies. And of course, it's a long way to go, and very often it depends on how the decision makers will accept that or be aware of that. They shouldn't be negationists. Well, then there is this thing that was quite clear when Paulo made his intervention when he showed the waterways running into the ocean. It was a quite elegant presentation, by the way, because we do have this principle that is named source to sea. The source can be in land or in the ocean. So you have waste sources in the ocean and inland. So, and all that converges into the ocean. In the case of the hydrographic basins, and the other day I wrote another text and I was talking with Fernando Pessoa about that. Fernando Pessoa has this text, this article that says that the river of my village, that is Tejo, is it's not more beautiful than the river of my village. But the Tejo is not the river that runs through, that cuts through my village. Well, it's full of contradiction. The article, the poem is full of contradictions, but he says that if you want to take care of the ocean, you have to take care of the river of your village. So Fernando Pessoa thought about that a while ago. So it's very nice to understand all of that and to understand that such connection, the cross-sectionality exists. And there is this centrality of the ocean and this hemostasis of the planet. That's undeniable. Although in the last COP, the Brazilian diplomacy wanted to eliminate the paragraphs 30 and 31, and these were the two articles and paragraphs that established the relationship between the ocean and the climate changes. So I coined this term, negationism to the square. In addition to denying the changes, we also deny the effect of the ocean on the climate. So everything gets more complicated. That is, the dialogue is denied as well in certain groups. So we have resilience, we have hemostasis.
Então, controlando as atividades humanas, os resíduos
And what
gerados.
do we do to control this human action, the residues, be it with waste and all that, but also coordinating the uses, like Paulo mentioned, the maps with the prioritary areas for conservation. We need to map those areas, be it throughout Brazil, be it in the North Shore of São Paulo, wherever we want to preserve or we need to preserve. So, in this sense, there are several possibilities to do that. With regard to the future, it's very interesting because we have some circumstantial and conjectural elements that help us think. One of them is the decade. It's the decade of the United Nations of the scenic science for sustainable development. For the ocean, a decade of the for sustainable development. So it will be the creation of this for sustainable development, not only of the ocean, but as the planet as a whole. So here we convey the message that the ocean is fundamental for the regulation of poverty, of starvation, of sustainable development, and these are other objectives of the sustainable development in addition to the other 14. So in practice, we should be working, if we're working for a healthier ocean, we are working for a healthier planet. And we understand that if the ocean is sick, it's because society is sick. So there is a cause and effect relationship and a vicious circle that needs to be broken. Another thing that I wanted to mention that last year there was a report that was publicized, that was disclosed for sustainable economy, and I got the figures here. And it says that for you to protect, effectively produce, sustain in a sustainable way, and promote an egalitarian society by sharing the benefits, it's fundamental to understand that the ocean is core. So for example, if you have 30% of the marine areas protected, this can restore and protect the habitat of the diversity of the planet. So this was put as a goal, as a target. So the ocean, for example, is responsible for the reduction of 1/5 of greenhouse gas emissions. So, and also for maintaining that's why we need to maintain the elevation of the temperature at 1.5 degrees next year. The ocean can generate 2.5 million, 3 million employments next year and have 5 millions of net profits by 2030. By 2050, it's possible to have 16 times more food in a sustainable way and 4 times more sustainable energy by 2040. So if we're talking about generating employment, sustainability, and all these aspects that I mentioned, we are talking about the ocean, but that cannot be done just anyway. And that is where we face the problem. So yesterday, December 14th, there was a decree 10,556 that for the practice of pisciculture, so needing the approval of the Ministry of Agriculture and of the Marine. So without the need for discussion in terms of the environmental issues, of zoning procedures, and then we have a major problem. Uh, it was mentioned regarding the south of Chile. So we have this culture and we have a great way to produce food and all that and bioactive products, but it can be a hindrance too. It can be a major problem. Here in the north shore of Sao Paulo, there is a major discussion uh, about the discussion of marine culture. We have seen red uh, oceans that can be critical for marine culture, that can kill the organisms that are being cultivated, and the culture can multiply this phenomena. So a decree like that without studies being conducted about the impacts of this culture on other activities, including biodiversity, is something that is not aligned with the mature and strategic vision of the future in terms of the ocean for the economy. So there was also another decree about the fishing of sardine in Fernando de Noronha in national parks. There was a discussion regarding that topic. It was a very consolidated discussion of the advisory board of the park that was, overcome by the interest of other people. So they allowed the fishing of sardine in an area that was not, prone to. So this fishing is going to be done in a very questionable way, especially in the case of Fernando de Noronha. So this is one of the another point that hinders our development. Another thing is the project law 755 that provides a cut in 50% of the budget that is a provision to FAPESP. So that means less investment in producing this knowledge, in having this quality leap that is pretty much connected to the funding that we get from FAPESP. It will have a great damage, a great loss next year. So we have several questions of several kinds that affect directly biodiversity and issues that affect our capacity to study and subsidize decision making based on these studies. So what I'm trying to say is that we cannot move forward without information, without transparency on the information, and without an open dialogue into having clarity of how we are doing this. So what is the model that we want for development of an economy based on the ocean? Why are we going to explore it? To whom we're going to explore it? What is going to be the model that we're going to use to explore it? Are we going to use the natural paradigm of the concentration of use and of those who need more? So I think this is not the idea that this proposal was created for. You know, the idea was to build a reference center so that we can have this information exchange, we can discuss the problems, we can have science as a protagonist in this activism, in discussing this public policies, and not a fighting arena, but a development arena, like we're doing here in São Paulo, together with Nishimar and the Parque Industrial de Anchieta. So we are aiming to bring the ocean closer to the society. And this is what I have been trying in my career ever since I started, understanding that it is fundamental to integrate the ocean as a complex system and study it as such. So to leave you with the last message, I think that Priscilla gave us a very creative one. And mine is that we cannot move this way being resignated. So we need to look better for our oceans. Thank you for your participation and feel free if you want to discuss more or debate.
Antes, eu tenho certeza que a questão da cátedra
Thank you, Alan. I knew it was very important. The issue of the letter is very important. I forgot to mention the letter.
desenhos, né, de cátedra. Eu, na verdade,
They are
participei da
designs of
cátedra
this
e do grupo de saúde planetária, então
cátedra
me sinto em
and the
casa
group of
nos dois,
Planetary Health.
né,
So I
e
feel a little bit at home in both.
realmente reunir esses esforços
So I think that we can bring our efforts
muito
together
importante. Esqueci de
because
mencionar no
this is
final.
very important. I
Eu queria
forgot
só
to mention
mencionar uma
that.
coisa
I just
interessante
wanted
para
to
finalizar,
remember
é
something very
que no ano
important for
passado
us
teve
to
esse
wrap up.
derrame
Is
de
that
óleo,
last
né,
year there
que
was this
foi o
oil
maior
spill.
desastre ecológico
I
no
think
mar,
that the
principalmente no
largest
navio
ecologic
no
disaster
Brasil.
in the marine
E aí
environment in
os sistemas,
Brazil, and
são os bancos de rodolito foram extremamente muito
in
impactados, sem que a
some
gente saiba.
ecosystems like the
Eles são
rhodolite
totalmente submersos,
banks were
teve
that are
pouquíssimo
completely
estudo,
submersed,
não tem estação de
and
monitoramento
they don't have any monitoring
permanente,
station
e na verdade nem se
permanently.
sabe o que
So
aconteceu com
we
aqueles
don't know what
rodolitos.
happened to
E na
this
época
rhodolite
eu
banks.
perguntava para as pessoas e a
And
gente
at the time we
reconhece
started asking
realmente
people
parte
about that, and we
do
noticed that
ecosistema
many
bastante
people don't even know
forte
the
que tem lá do
existence
lado
of that. They had
brasileiro.
never heard
E aí
of
eu descobri também na época,
rhodolite
na área
banks.
de ciência,
I
na
discovered that
graduação,
my ex-student,
ele
my
fez
alumni,
10 anos uma pesquisa
she conducted
com
a
os alunos
study
de
for 10
12
years
anos.
with her
Então ele fez várias coisas
biology
sobre o meio ambiente marinho
students
e uma delas era
regarding many
estudar as
things
fronteiras
about the
marítimas
marine
dos países
environment, and one of them was what were the rhodolite banks. And
0,90 por ano
not
fronteiras
one
marítimas. Nunca tinha
student
ouvido falar
out of
dos bancos de
almost
rodolito.
a thousand
Então eles
students
fizeram
had
com
never
cientistas
heard
importantes
about
na
the
época,
rhodolite
muitos mais
bank
importantes,
systems.
vão
And
desde
it's one of
pegam toda a
it,
plataforma
if it's not the
continental
most
desde o
important,
litoral
is one of the most
norte
important
ao
ones
sul também, né?
because it
Muito abundante
encompasses
do
all
litoral sul
the
do Brasil, do
continental
norte do
platform, and
Brasil.
it's very
Então
abundant
é
in
imenso.
the
Tive
shore
muita,
of
toda
Rio de
essa
Janeiro,
conexão
and
com a
many people don't
educação,
even know that. So this
muitas pessoas
connection
aqui na
with
região
education is very
muitas
important
delas sem
because
conhecer, né,
no,
ali
you cannot
tudo
preserve
sem
if you do
conhecer.
not
A gente
know. You cannot
descobriu
take
porque a
care
gente não
of
conhece
something
tudo.
that you ignore,
Sou
you know.
biólogo
So
marinho, conheço
I myself, as a marine biologist, know much less than I should, but I know at least some of the things that are submerged that we cannot see. The problem is that rhodolite, you cannot, some people didn't even know that it exists, and you don't see. Well, we have 10 questions. So there are many questions. I'm happy with the number of questions. So I'm going to start with the first one. The first is Raquel Santiago is asking this question. She's asking that Dr. Andres, if he could talk about building the book that involved the material regarding the traditional players. In addition, considering the contamination of the oceans, is there a toxicological risk if it's used in inputs? I didn't understand the last part. Associated to use and consumption. So well, first of all, thank you for the question. With regard to the book, this book was developed due to the high index of acidification in the region of Magalhães. And there, because it's too cold, we don't have access to vegetables, to fruits. Then we thought if we don't have fruits or vegetables, we have algae. We have healthy algae. And but we wanted to do it, so we contacted chefs for them to think about new recipes where they could test these recipes in their restaurants. And then we got in touch with people from the health and also in the doctor's offices in neighborhoods because they have access to the families. So when the families come to take tests, they can suggest the use of algae because algae have always been used, but the system makes us forget about this traditional food. So in the hospital, for example, they don't use algae. So we also involve these people in this study. If you have several algaes, that healthy algaes like adobe, why not use one day a week or once a month dudbelea in the diet of these people? This was very good. Then we involved also the students because the students uh, because their parents are very close, so they think that their children will not like the arches. But if you involve the kids, the children first, they will involve their parents too. So this was very good for the project. And then in the end, we did not have enough budget, so we had to work with fomenting institutions to do more the marketing work so the sausages could be made available in supermarkets. Well, in the end, let's see if this is gonna really actually happen one day. Maybe the new sub-Antarctic center, Cabo de Onda, we have a hub of gastronomy, and we're going to try to do that. The second question regarding contamination, right? Well, we don't see a lot of contamination in the natural populations uh, 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 of marine resources in the region. This is not a mass problem yet because the region is very tense and the center of cultivation of salmon is very far from the cities. but the ocean is only one. So I think that we need to continue monitoring constantly. And I think that this monitoring networks that Alex mentioned, that everybody mentioned in general, I think it's fundamental for health. I think that we have Latin America, or at least only Brazil and Chile. We have to make an alliance, create an alliance to do that. Because if we have soldiers measuring, it's going to be easier. Thank you.
Interessante que de manhã as palestras
It's interesting that in the
diversos
morning,
apresentaram que
some
a
of the
alimentação do
presenters
ser humano hoje
mentioned
é baseada
that
em pouquíssimos
the food of
produtos, né?
human beings is
Portanto, é uma alimentação
based
bastante
on very
limitada
few
e
products. It's
deficiente, né? Eu
very
acho que esse
restricted
quesito
and
de manhã
deficient.
de
And I
certa
think that
forma
marine
poderia compensar
resources
isso, né?
somehow could
Compensar
compensate for that.
a perda desses produtos de
And
certa
the loss of
forma
these
teria
products,
que
on the other
haver
hand,
mais
is
uma
something
alimentação que
very
já é
critical
deficiente.
because it's going to
Eu achei
worsen
muito
some
interessante
kind
essa
of
questão.
food that is
Agora,
already,
esse outro ensino
not enough.
é o
The
seguinte:
next question is to
ah,
Priscilla. Priscilla,
como potencializar os programas de
how
uso
to
público
potentialize the
educacional
programs of
nas
public
atividades
use
de
of
conservação?
environmental education in the conservation units?
Obrigada, Flávio.
Thank you, Flavio.
Eu acho que em relação,
I think that
na
with
verdade, tem
regard,
duas temáticas,
I
né?
think
Eu
that
acho que a
the
gente
two
peca muito na
topics, the
parte
two
de
themes, I think
comunicação,
that
quando a
we
gente
have still
fala
have many
de
problems
conservação, né?
with communication when
Eu
we
acho
talk
que um
about
dos principais
conservation,
pontos a ser
because one of the main
considerado
points to be considered,
e que até mesmo a década do oceano citada aqui
that
pelo
even the
tema
decade
mais
of the
né,
ocean
de adaptação,
has this in
então
one of its targets, its
essa
goals. I think it's
vertente
goal number
educativa, né?
7 that has this
Então eu
objective.
acredito que se a
I
gente
think that I
conseguir
believe that
comunicar
if
melhor,
we are able to communicate
e eu
better,
vejo várias formas disso
and I see
acontecer, com
several
certeza a gente
ways
vai
to do
conseguir
that, I think that we
potencializar
will for
melhor essas
sure
atividades de uso
potentialize
público,
these
conectando
activities
ela
of
mais
public
com
use, connecting it
ecoturismo,
more
com
with
atividades
ecotourism,
que realmente
activities
tenham
that
uma proximidade maior
really
com os objetivos dessas áreas marinhas
relate
protegidas, né?
more to this
Posso
with the
citar que a gente
objectives
teve, a
of
gente
these
recebe quase
protected
15
marine
milhões
areas.
de
Like, for
visitores, né?
example, in Anchieta,
12 mil só
we
de Campos
receive
de Janeiro.
45,000
Esses
visitors
12
a
mil,
year, 12,000
tenho
only in
certeza que
January.
boa
You know
parte
that
vem
this
dali do pessoal
12,000, many of them are
de
going
praia, né?
there,
Só ir praia.
to
É, não
go
tem
to the beach
conexão
and
com nada.
sunbathe.
Então,
They are
todos
not pretty
os
much
nossos
connected
objetivos
with our
de
objectives.
conservação
So, our
no
conservation
litoral, sim,
objectives.
tem
And
alguns
along the
habitats
year,
até
we
conectados a
have
essas
some cases,
atividades
connected
ambientais.
to this
O
environmental
Flávio, até
projects
mesmo
part that it is
com o Turra,
connected with Flavio and
e
also
você
with
conecta
Tuha,
mais sim
that
com os
we
nossos
connect
objetivos.
more with
Mas eu
our
acho que para
objectives.
isso a
I
comunicação
think that
ele
for
é o
this,
principal pilar para que a gente
communication is the main
consiga
pillar
sensibilizar as
so
pessoas
that we
e
can,
entender um pouco mais
touch
dessas áreas
people,
e o que
sensibilize
fazer nessas
people for
áreas,
them
né?
to understand more about
Eu
these
acredito
areas
que
and
seja
what to do in these
nesse viés.
areas. And I think that this should be the bias that we should
Flávio, não
use.
sei se quiser complementar também, né? Porque
Flavio, if you
você
want to
falou
complement
bastante
my
coisa
thoughts,
aí.
because you,
Não, eu acho que é isso mesmo. E aí?
I think
Tá
that
bom, obrigado.
you've said it all,
A
Priscilla.
pergunta seguinte é para o Paulo.
The next question is to
Professor
Paulo.
Paulo, aproveitando a sua dica
Professor
do
Paulo,
ABS,
with
como
your
dica
tip about
institucional,
ABS and
e
how
os
you
focos
justify about the
tradicionais dos
algae,
diferentes ecossistemas também
tension
aguentariam
pulse in the
essa
different
resistência
ecosystem wouldn't
à
have this
adaptação?
resistance to adaptation?
Estou tentando entender. Bom, sem dúvida nenhuma, eu
Well,
acredito que muitos
there's
saberes
no doubt
tradicionais,
that
né, nos
much of the
colocam
traditional knowledge
do óbvio,
puts
né?
us
O primeiro
front
saber
in
tradicional
front
está
of the obvious.
relacionado
I think that the
à
first traditional
organização
knowledge is
marinha.
related to the marine
Se
organization.
nós formos vislumbrar
If we
aquilo que
are
está na
to
essência da nossa
look at
sociedade
what is at the
e as
essence of our
consequências que nós
society and the consequences
determinamos como
of what
antropocêntrico,
we determine as an
pode ser julgado
anthropocentric,
como capitalocênico, né? Ou
I
seja,
think that it
um
could be
momento
configured as
onde uma maior
capitalocenic.
ambição do ser humano
a moment in which behavior of human beings produced impact. So it is the system of a consumption society that's based on known goods that are perishable, and this is being observed right now in all capitals in Brazil. All shopping malls are full. People are buying for cultural reasons, and I think that this is what is more deeply ingrained, and also can be observed when when we look at the people that originated. They cannot see in this way of in this mode uh, of behavior of quick consumption.
The economy should always grow, and with that, the growth is based on the consumption of products and goods. Consumption of natural processes and natural resources. That's degradation. That's the basic of it. But we need to simplify our discourse. We need to attack the origin, the source of the problems. And the source lies in the organizational fabric, in the consumption-based society. If we want to migrate to a planet, to a healthy, resilient ocean, we have to start reviewing everything that organizes our society, and perhaps learn from the indigenous peoples how they have been structuring themselves for thousands of years. That's the shortest path, the shortcut. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. If we have advanced so much in certain aspects, the advancements, they're fake actually. Well, we do have quality of life. We live longer, but not necessarily do we live better. I think that health, dealing with this topic today, we have more mental issues, especially mental diseases, depression. We have a pandemic of depression in the world. There is a pandemic. 250,000 people die every year because of the climate change already. So we do have a planetary context that shows us that this organization mode is not working. And we have to look to our forefathers. That's perhaps a way of envisaging other forms of social organization dealing with the natural environments that could, use what we have built so far and move forward as a society.
As duas questões seguintes estão
Well,
relacionadas,
the
né?
two next questions are interrelated.
Na verdade, as próximas não são
I'm going to
direcionadas a
open to
nenhum
everyone, and the other ones are not
do trabalho
to
maravilhoso
any specific panelist. I know that there is this wonderful work in Porto Williams, which is close to Punta Arenas.
eu vou colocar para todo mundo.
So I'm going to pose the question for everyone.
Seria também outro uso do o Armando novamente. Seria
To
também
Armando again.
como abordou
The other
o
use of the
ancestro
origin-based solutions or ancestor-based solutions. Is there another use for that? By calming. Is there any study by the traditional peoples if they help in the conservation of the environments? That's it. Those are the two questions. I didn't quite get the question, Flavio. I apologize for that. So the second one, is there any study on the traditional peoples, whether they help in preserving such environments? Oh yeah, very well. It's a quite broad question, I would say, but the wisdom they have, well, we are familiar with the history of those who live in Puerto Williams. They have fantastic wisdom. They know a lot. they were able to detect the reproductive periods of the crustaceous, the seaweeds, the mollusks, and they knew they wouldn't go to such beaches when the mollusks would change color, for example. So they said, we cannot go there because of their fantastic story, but Jaime is studying his PhD in Canada, and he's just studying that. They were very careful, and it had to do with the reproductive periods of such animals. So it's a way of coexisting. So no one is more important than the other. They all coexist in the system itself. So it's a whole different world. We don't see that. And that's it. Thank you. It's great work, very nice work that you do there. Just a minute, Flávio. Well, the idea of a blue economy arising from a green economy that has nothing to do with trees nor the ocean specifically, but it has to do with the economic development model, which is strongly associated to production, to local production and consumption. That is, having groups that can, make this production and share the benefits, and are able to do that using less resources and producing less residues. That is, managing such residues in a more appropriate fashion. So a less globalistic model, I would say, and with a strong incentive to work. So that's the way of, moving forward. Brazil strengthening science, innovation, working to reduce the role, not producing commodities, but fostering an economic activity that is based on industrial activity, on innovations, on technological development, and added value products. We didn't do that for a while. We haven't done that in a while. So I think we should resume it because it's important to have wealth, distributed wealth. So we saw this, piece of news. It's a news saying that Brazil, in terms of inequality, is lagging behind 6 countries in Africa only. That's all. Social inequalities. That's ridiculous, right? It's fearful. We have a great deal of wealth, and it's not properly shared. And this is out of the pandemic, right? It's very critical, and it's going to get worse early next year. We have a bomb that is ready to explode. It should be exploding anytime soon. Can I add on? Just to give you more basic information, I was trying to find the psychosocial reason of all of the environmental issues. But in a study that we made here in Florianopolis, we go back thousands of years ago when the humans were two groups: the nomads that established in Europe predominantly, and the other group that started performing agriculture in Asia, based on the habits that were structured 10,000 years ago or even more. Today, we may envisage some behaviors. That is, from the nomads that used the resources to their exhaustion and would shift places. That's perhaps a behavior that we still see in the Western world, of this exhaustive use of natural resources with a very low memory a very reduced memory. We are very much connected to the early days thinking. And we simply forget about populations that vanished. Here in Santa Catarina, up until a while ago, we had sharks that were swimming in our region. They no longer exist. They are not present in the generations of fishermen that came after them. And then we go to the next target, and the next target is depleted, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. So in Europe, it's somewhat what we envisage. Whilst those who came to this land, they descend, they came through the Americas, through the dispersion process, they were, cultivating this Asian habit that is taking care of the environment in which you live. So the peoples that came to Magalhães, they have been eating seaweed for 12,000 years. So they ate the different elements of this complex atrophic web, promoting the stability of the coastal environments. So reinforcing what I was saying before, science, as Alex said, may give us arguments, may give us subsidies for a discussion that has to be exhaustive in the best sense of the word, because we do have to convince people and we have little time. Some people are saying 10 years to a severe tipping point. If we keep, the pattern of burning fossil fuels and using natural resources coupled to deforestation and all of that, that seems to be consolidating as a state policy. Well, then the scenario is highly concerning, highly worrisome. Let me add on two topics, and then it has to do with the examples that we wanted to give to Carmen. And this has to do with the questions that were addressed by the colleagues. In the northern region of São Paulo, coastal region, we have the floating fishing style that comes from the Caissara time, from the time that the Japanese people lived here. So it's a highly sustainable type of fishing when we compare that to many other times. So the fishermen, they get in contact with the live fish and they're able to select which are the ones that he's going to take away. And I say that in a quite assured way because I could see some fishermen, doing this kind of fishing. And I saw them many times getting to the net. There were many stingrays. They're not interested in the stingrays, of course, or any other species that are under threat, and they simply release them. Or in other moments, they remove the smaller fish and they return them to the environment. Well, it's not a project, as Carmen said, but it's a practice they do. And it can be this model, this system of fishing that we can implement in our society, among others. And the thing of the reefs also has to do with it. There's this work that was done with the fishermen and the traditional communities, together with the public sphere and scientific entities. And there was this zoning that was defined under APA. So by observation of the results, by observing the beneficial results for fishing, considering some areas that are closed, some that are open, some that have restrictions, and the scientific data also showed that. So this is an example that perhaps we can use, to get to know more. Thank you all. My final question to Priscilla. Well, they want to know, with the restrictions of activities because of the pandemic, how about managing the reef, the Sol coral reef? Because the pandemic, affected this positively, right? There was a positive effect on biodiversity because of the pandemic. But then there is the issue of the invasive species. So it might have had the opposite effect of the invasive species. So they might have developed without control. Well, with the pandemic, the activities were suspended. Up until a week ago, we had an entire operation, not only for the reef, but to begin, monitoring the unit in some of the points. So we are now resuming this. There was no specific action on the reef, on the Sol Reef. But then last week, I had the opportunity of taking a deep dive there, diving actually in the places I went by. I didn't see that species there, but I didn't check one of the points. We go there very often, but I cannot tell you for sure if there was any significant impact at this point in time in terms of biodiversity. But it's a terrible bug. It's a terrible microorganism. There are many ways that it uses to reproduce. So definitely did well during this time, during this period in which there was no management whatsoever. Well, if you allow me, for many environments, and for those who are asking the question, actually the pandemic was the opposite. It like cast away the monitoring, the entities that could be monitoring the uses and abuses, and the environments were vulnerable. These environments were vulnerable. In addition to the chronic issues that we still face, that vanished from my eyes, that's pollution. It was highly emblematic, in my opinion. This false notion because of some images that we saw from Venice. The clear waters of Venice canals. Of course, Venice's turbidity that is produced by the circulation of boats, of course, it was changed, I think, because the vessels were stopped. But an issue that we had even with Venice, that is chronic pollution, it's still there. In spite of all of that, so this was de-accelerated during the pandemic. It lost traction, but this is not solving our problems. Quite the other way around. If we keep the same models and the same pathways that brought us here to the pandemic, the future scenario is even worse. That is, effectively, we have to use this moment of reflection, this lockdown moment. Effectively, we have to see it as an opportunity to think. That was not a good track. It was a ghost train that brought us here, and we are going to end up in hell if we stay on the train. We have to get off. Stop the train. The driver says, who wants to get off? So we do have an opportunity to get off this train. Well, that's crazy, right? Well, Flávio, this just shedding light to what Paulo said, and to all of you who are listening, all we have to do is stop and think on how much we have used of plastic. Everything was packaged, I don't know how many times, to protect ourselves from the virus. Then you cannot recycle. Not everybody's willing to handle the recyclable items. So there are two sides of that coin, and we need to pay attention to those in depth so that we can actually promote some significant changes. It's 6 p.m. So we have half an hour late. And there were so many questions, quite interesting. It was much better than what I thought it would be. It was brilliant. We brought the ideas together with so many stakeholders. So I hope that in the next presentation, we see, material results. I have to send the invite for the international event, and I would like to invite everybody who's listening to us. There are many people participating yet. Quite happy to see that. So definitely, I felt the need of other professionals, physicians, for example. And when I began listing the table, I thought that I would just, say things that are not appropriate. But we need other professionals, people from other areas. So we invited somebody from Argentina. She couldn't come because she had another event. That's Evangelina. But that's a possibility. And also other people that can, take us to the Atlantic area, up to the final edge of Argentina, so that we can get a good grasp on South America. I hope that next time we have more colleagues, more people participating in the Planetary Health team, from the Planetary Group team, that could, be drafting a document and practicing this educational part, which is crawling, it's crawling. So we are learning how to teach that. And thank you. I would like to truly thank the panelists. It was fantastic. We've been friends working together for so many years. That's a new undertaking to us, and it's going to work out fine. Thank you so much. Saraiva, if you would like to say anything else. Thank you, Flavio. Thank you, Flavio. I would like to thank Flavio and Saraiva and everyone and the entire team that was in the backstage. It was fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity of sharing with all of you this information, and congratulations on the organization. A big hug to everyone. Thank you, Flavio. Thank you to all of you, Alex, Christina, and Paulo. Pleasure listening to you. I was quiet here in my corner, and I was just listening to you. Priscilla sent the video, and that was soothing. All I have to say is that we truly want to support and hold other events like this with you. Tuha is our neighbor. So we all work for the Institute of Advanced Studies at the University of São Paulo. So we have all that's needed to work together. Another important point is working as an alliance in a network. So Andreas is here. I'm very happy to have him here. And I had the opportunity of meeting him in person. Flavio introduced us. So I met his colleague in Punta Arenas. Before the COVID, I was traveling when COVID hit. I was in this cruise when COVID hit. So we saw everything happening in China. We were in this cruise, and then we thought, oh my. Well, just to tell you that we'll carry on. We are together in this, and it should be done soon. There's much to be done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pleasure to listen to you all. Thank you. Stay well. Be safe. Final words to those who are watching us. There's more tomorrow. One of the nicest things that is happening in this group is the youth, doing things. And Flavio does that. So he has some students connected to Planetary Health. So in the morning session, we will have the ambassadors of the Planetary Health. It's a show, it's a program created by the Alliance in Harvard. It's an international program, but we're going to have the Brazilian program. And it's truly Brazilian. It's under the responsibility of Fiocruz and Rio Sul. So we want to set up this Brazilian group hosted here at the IEA. And then the Brazilian club of students with 20 or 30 students, a fantastic network. And I'm quite happy because that's where the future lies. I'm not going to call them young guys. I could call them young guys, but they are young adults, actually. So when we see them, holding their future in their hands, we feel more hopeful because we do need this energy. Well, tomorrow we will see what they have to say. They have connected with many other clubs around the world. So it's really something that gives us hope. Quite nice guys. And then a Latin American hub that is going to meet discussing planetary health. So Magallanes, Andres, or anybody from your team, if you could participate, that would be very nice. We have 15, 20 colleagues from Latin America that are registered to participate and once again working in network. And then we close with the lightning talks, as we call them, to include a lot of people. We'll have 20 by the end of the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you again. For those who are watching us, I see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the same Zoom address, at the same YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Valeu, pessoal. Tchau, tchau. Prazer.
Valeu.